Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of the newest member, a Naruto-Akatsuki fanfic. Summary. When the village he swore to protect pushes him to the edge, the enemy becomes his only family. Naruto Uzumaki always fought for Konoha's acknowledgment, but after a crushing rejection and facing relentless hatred for the beast sealed inside him, the Leaf's brightest shinobi finally breaks. Driven out of his home and ready to end it all, Naruto makes a final, desperate choice, only to be saved by the very people who were hunting him, the Akatsuki. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by NaruHinadorable, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 13, The Innocent Hate. Hinata stood behind Jiraiya. She felt as if she ripped her own heart out. She had wanted to be with Naruto ever since he saved her from bullies long ago. But it was true, Naruto had true hate towards the village, not towards his friends and ex-senseis, but still strong enough to want its destruction. She loved him despite his hatred. She knew if she joined the Akatsuki she would never understand how he feels and would only get in his way. If only she were a hateful person she would be in his arms yet again. Nagato being Naruto's uncle was a massive shock as well, as if too much stress was coming from this small gathering. She could feel everyone's chakra. They are all so strong. I can sense. Wait. Hinata sensed a newer chakra. Was it this Zetsu they were talking about? No, as if grew closer it became more and more familiar, as if it were a memory rising to the top of one's subconscious. Its chakra felt almost related to her own. It was moving this way. She began to sense other chakra closing in as well. Her Byakugan allows her to be the first to know of someone's presence. The others would know soon enough. The familiar chakra flared again. She realized at once, the chakra was of a Hyuga. Nisan. Niji. Niji was inside the hideout, and closing in on their positions and fast. Along with others, she could sense the chakra of Shikamaru and Asuma. She had to warn everyone, it was about to turn into a bloodbath and quick. But Nagato beat her to it. We are not alone. Get ready, here they come. Enemy spies? Called Konan. Yes. Leave shinobi. Naruto, get behind me. Everyone gets behind me. The invaders were on the other side of the steel-plated door. Hinata, Itachi and Nagato could sense a flow of chakra rush through a small sheet of paper. Itachi cupped his hands to his motus and shouted, "Paper bomb!" The door erupted in chaos and flames. The paper bomb blew the door off its hinges and sent it flying across the room as a solid force of metal fury. The breech door flew across the room and was close to colliding with Nagato and the group, meaning to crush them and break every bone in their bodies like twigs. Nagato had other plans, however. Shinra Tensei! A gust of forceful wind slammed from Nagato's hand and sent a howling barrage of pure wind chakra into the door, stopping it right in its tracks and sending it back at the invaders like a shuriken. The invaders pressed against the hallway and let it pass them like a mad bull. Clouds of dust masked the spies from view and masked the Akatsuki from the spies' view. Faint silhouettes began to emerge from the dust cloud, no weapons drawn or fists raised. They wanted to negotiate. I did not know the Hidden Leaf negotiated with their enemies. We will offer you a peaceful way out, unless you wish to die. Naruto was shock silent. That voice was all too familiar. Could it be? Kakashi, Asuma, Anko, Shikamaru, Niji and 2 Anbu agents emerged from the smoke, their faces hard with caution and their gear prepped for a possibly battle. They all stopped and stood still, some of them rubbing their eyes or turning their backs and turning back again. Naruto stood next to Nagato, his Akatsuki cloak beaming in the hazy dust-filled room. Guys! And Naruto, no. No, it can't be. Naruto! Oh my god! Hinata! Kakashi, are you okay? Naruto. The room went silent. The Akatsuki members were cautious but knew a fight would not occur while this reunion was in place, far from it. Kakashi gripped his chest and looked as if he were going to fall. Anko and Asuma stabilized him and held him to his feet. His whole world was crashing down again. Not only Naruto was present, Hinata and Jiraiya stood, but not as if they were fighting the Akatsuki. Almost as if they were all working together. The possibility rocked them all to the core. Who were they to trust? Neji looked at Hinata in utter shock. To see such a kind soul as Hinata with the Akatsuki broke him in two. But he loved her more than he loved himself. So if it came to protecting her, he would take the risk. He knew she would never join. Naruto! How are you alive? We looked everywhere for you. Why are you with them? Naruto stepped forward. How is Sasuke-sensei? You seemed more concerned about him than you did me, but hey! You have always cherished your prize student more than that stupid demon fox, right? Ha ha ha. That's not true. Why would a good ninja like you stoop to their level? Oh, let me see. You all wanted me dead. No, we all loved. Bullshit. You all loved Sasuke and you threw me out like trash. I lay there, sensei. I lay there for 3 days in a pool of my own blood, unable to move. Who the fuck came for me then? We looked everywhere. Tsunade appointed Umbu Black Ops to search for you. We searched everywhere. No one came. No Umbu. No friends. No one cared that I was dead, just another pesky Jinchuriki out of the way, huh? Well, you had your wish. The Akatsuki found me, they cared for me, they loved me. More than Konoha ever did. I will burn it all down. Hinata's tears began to fall yet again. Naruto is in so much pain he does not even know it. Naruto, please, you can't judge the village on a few horrible villagers who know nothing better. Please, end this now. You just don't get it, do you? We were all Brink played. This whole goddamn shinobi system is used for power and hatred. Konoha is poisoned with its hubris. They care for no one but themselves. I've spent days here in the hidden rain. Look at the damn people. Look at what power has done to these people. What is there for you here that Konoha has not already provided you with? Family. Nagato is my uncle and a fellow member of my clan, which was destroyed due to the hubris of villages and their power lust. He is the last of my family. He saved me from my sadness. All you people do is pile more and more up, no better than Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke made a terrible mistake leaving TH village, but he saw his wrongs and returned. Can't you do the same? He is lying to you all, using you. He turned my life upside down. All I did was wait and look for him. All I wanted was to bring him back and live happy, but he went and stabbed me in the goddamn back. He deserves no less. Neji stepped forward and pulled Hinata into a strong embrace. It was the kind of hug only a relative could achieve, calming her at once and making her feel safe again. He checked to see if she was injured and was satisfied to see she was untouched. Neji was uncertain about her mind, however. This whole situation had done things to his own mind, to be honest. Are you okay, Hinata? I've been so worried. Yes. I was lucky to find Jiraiya-sensei. And Naruto. I'm glad. Don't worry. Your father and I had a long conversation. He is not mad. Him and Hanabi are just worried, that's all. He won't be pleased to know Naruto is a part of the Akatsuki. So it's true. Why Hinata? Why would he join them? Because of the pain Sakura and Sasuke dealt him. Because we left him to die for 3 days. He was about to die when the Akatsuki found him. I guess he felt in debt to them. It's horrible. He walks a path of hatred, like Sasuke once did. What are you going to do? The village wants you back, or you will be considered a criminal. I'm not going back. If father wants to see me, then we can organize a place to meet. What? Why? I can't go back to that village because of the horrible things those people have done, but I can't stay with Naruto because he walks in hatred. I belong nowhere. I might live with the Hyuga branch in Suna. But I'm not sure. As long as Sasuke and Sakura remain in the village, I have no reason to return. Please, I'm begging you, we. That's enough, Niji. I won't talk any further about it. My path is outside the village. At the back of the room, the two Umbu members stood away from the commotion, speaking in low voices and looking over briefing notes. Danzo Shimura had debriefed them on their mission objectives, which were completely different from the main majority of ninjas on the mission. Fu and Torian, being Danzo's right and left-hand men, had the role of reporting and investigating the relationship between the two Rouge ninjas, Jiraiya and Hinata, with the ninjas searching for them. Danzo's orders were very clear and strict. They recalled their briefing 12 hours prior. 12 hours ago. Danzo nodded. You will be attached to a main shinobi unit, led by Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi. Your mission will not be their mission. Fu and Torian were confused. Sir? Your mission is to evaluate and take action on those who are too close to the two Rouge ninja who left the village recently. Sannin Jiraiya and Hinata Hyuga? Correct. They had many friends in the village. We must question their loyalty. What exactly is our mission? Arrest or silence those who choose to alliance themselves with these criminals, no matter who they are. What of the Hokage? What is her opinion? Tsunade must realize, as Hokage, she must not hold any personal feelings. If she fails to do so, then other people would make a better Hokage. Like myself, for example, she knows nothing of this and will not know about it. Am I clear? Yes, Lord Danzo. Good. Arrest or kill who you need to. Your jurisdiction is higher than the Hokage's herself. Present time. What does it look like, Fu? Anyone in suspect? Hard to say. Kakashi is the sensei of Naruto. Niji is the cousin of Hinata. All of them, especially Naruto and Kakashi, share a bond with Jiraiya. It seems those two Rouges are working with the Akatsuki. Shall we move in for the kill, or wait? Arrest the two Rouge ninjas. Then kill Naruto and the Akatsuki, okay, Torian? Let's go. Kakashi and Asuma were deep in conversation, deciding on how to act. Naruto needed to be brought back to the village alive when suddenly, Fu and Torian pushed in front of everyone and drew their weapons. This provoked the Akatsuki, who in turn drew their own weapons. Fu and Torian looked dead serious on their intents. Hinata Hyuga and Jiraiya the gallant. Get on your knees, you are to be arrested for aiding the enemy. You will spend the rest of your life in the Umbu detention facility. What? Naruto Uzumaki, give up right now and we will make your execution more humane. You are coming back with us, dead or alive. Everyone was in shock. It was apparent that the Leaf Shinobi had no knowledge of the Foundation's purpose on the mission. It was all too obvious now. To keep order and kill Naruto. Kakashi and Niji moved forward, Kakashi finally realizing their true intent. Now hang on a minute here. Hinata and Jiraiya are to be brought back to the village, yes, but not as arrested criminals. And Naruto is to be brought back as well. No one needs to die here. Fu looked shocked at Kakashi. Does that apply to the other Akatsuki members? Of course it doesn't. I mean, they are criminals, yes. Step back, Kakashi. Your loyalty is uncertain at this moment. In fact, all of you have questionable loyalty. We will take over from here. Niji stepped in front of Hinata, shielding her from their stares. Hinata will not be arrested. I won't let you. Step aside, Niji. That's an order. Jiraiya was becoming angry. This is why we left. Konoha is led by power-hungry elders who seem to have more power than the Hokage herself. Danzo is a goddamned coward, he always was. Choose your words wisely about our master. Niji drew his kunai. We take our orders from the Hokage. I will not let you take Hinata. Last warning, Niji. Move aside. Hinata. Get out of here. A lightning flash of glimmering metal shined through the air. It was the blade of Torian. The wakizashi katana shone silver in the torchlight. it shimmed through the air, cutting particles in half with its dexterous sharp edge. Niji's eyes grew wide and he tried to yell for Hinata to run, but his voice was incapable of sounding. He rocked backwards and his headband fell off his forehead, revealing the second branch curse mark. In a spray of blood, Niji's throat was adorned with a thin but deep slice mark, spilling blood like leak at a boat. With his throat cut, Niji toppled to the floor and faced the roof. Torian knelt beside him and clicked his katana back into its sheath with a metallic click. The click was the only sound in the room. Everything was quiet. It would not remain that way. Niji Anaya-san! Hinata's scream pierced the silence as she ran to her dying cousin's side. His blood staining his always white robes a dark scarlet, he gazed up at her, his mark fading. Niji! Naruto likewise screamed his dismay. Running to Niji's side, he clasped his hand, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. Akatsuki or not, Niji was his friend. He called out to Niji, trying to keep him awake. Come on, Niji! Hold on! Asuma, Kakashi, and Jiraiya leaped into action and struck out at the Umbu members, Jiraiya taking on Torian while Kakashi and Asuma took on Fu. Their attacks fierce and filled with sudden rage. They had been betrayed and had lost a Yannick student and a friend because of it. Kakashi swore to make someone pay for this. Goddamn traitor! You leaf ninja are the true betrayers. US Umbu have to keep you in line. Away from your weak emotions! Kunai clashed with sword as they parleyed and lunged at each other, one fighting for revenge while the other fought for his master's success. Nagato, Itachi, and Konan stepped back, not wanting to partake in the fight. Nagato felt it was a leaf issue and was of no concern to them. As soon as Naruto gets involved, they too will be involved. Enko ran to Hinata and Naruto and began performing basic medical ninjutsu on Niji's neck wound, which was still spurting blood. She knew it was too late for the boy. He would need a blood transfusion, and she did not have the equipment needed. She could see Orochimaru across the room, grinning at her failed attempts to keep this boy alive. She wanted to slash out his face. She began to yell. Hold on, Niji. We will get you back to normal. Naruto whispered to Enko. Sensei. What? Keep your hands on his wound. Hold it tight. Sensei. Hold on, Niji. Almost there. Sensei. What is it? I can't lose focus on his wound. There's no need. He's dead. Hinata's eyes widened. She activated her Byakugan and went still. Hinata. No, goddamn it, Niji, get up. Hinata, I'm sorry. No. Fuck, you are lying. He can't be dead. Her voice trailed off as shock took a hold of her. It pulled her down into darkness and she froze, not responding to Naruto's yells or the fighting going surrounding her. She could hear nothing but a faint clock ticking away in the background of it all. Her world silent like midnight, she froze into place. Her mind and body not accepting Niji's death. But his blood begged to differ. His eyes were shut but his smile remained. His curse mark completely gone, Naruto's tears stained his robes, begging Hinata to look at him to show him she is okay, but of course he knew otherwise. Hinata's eyes stunned with burning tears, her eyebrows furrowed as she slowly raised her head, gazing at Torian who had killed her cousin. She got to her feet, drawing her kunai as she rose. Hatred had engulfed her. Torian and Jiraiya were locked in a kunai press, both their kunais gritting together as they tried to force each other into submission. Torian was a master at acrobatics whilst Jiraiya was a master at deception and technique. Torian gritted his teeth as he pressed harder, their blades tight together. Jiraiya headbutted Torian when he was in range. This sent the Umbu member stumbling backwards. He landed on his back and was met facing the lunging front of Jiraiya's kunai. He rolled to one side, letting Jiraiya stick his kunai in the ground, pinning it there. He spun his leg around and kicked Jiraiya's feet out from under him. He rose to his feet and drew another kunai. He meant to give Jiraiya his last words before slashing out his life. So Jiraiya, is this how your legacy will end? At the feet of the Akatsuki, who you picked over your own village? Don't worry. You will see Naruto soon enough, when you both go to hell. He raised his kunai up and swung it down. He stopped mid-lunge and gagged. Stumbling back, he coughed up blood. A loud cracking of bones sounded as a kunai pierced through his chest, blood raining from the impalement. Hinata whispered into his ear, pushing the kunai even deeper into his back. That ID for Niji. You motherfucker. I won't be finished with just you. The whole Foundation will answer for this. You, little bitch. The Foundation are already on their way here, haha. Hinata twisted her blade and swiped to the side, out of his body, spilling more blood and guts onto the floor. Normally Hinata would be disgusted or sick by the sight. She took it as a job well done. Hatred had her by the throat, and she gave in, enjoying its power. She had a reason to fight. The murder of her family member cannot be forgotten and buried for the sake of having no hatred in the world. She now understood why Sasuke and Naruto had indulged in such power. Kakashi and Asuma finished off Fu with a slice to the head. His body twitched and flailed about as the nerves went into chaos. Danzo's 2 men were defeated. More Anbu are coming. What do we do, Kakashi? Nagato raised his voice. You leave, shinobi should leave. If you get out of the area fast enough, they will suspect you are still Luknig for Naruto, and have no knowledge of what went down today. Go. No doubt we will meet again, as friends or ally. I have no idea. I hate to say it. But he is right, Kakashi. Hinata. What do you want done with Niji? He was killed by Leaf Ninja. I don't want him going back. Even if his Byakugan is useless. I will bury him. Hinata, please. The Foundation is run separate from us, Leaf Shinobi. Please don't blame Konoha for their savage acts. Danzo is a goddamn village elder, Kakashi. How can I ignore it? Hinata. Just go. We will hold them off. Nagato pointed at Niji. Orochimaru. Take Niji's body to the medical bay. Prepare a coffin if need be. Certainly. Kakashi looked over his shoulder. Consider what I said, Naruto. We will always accept you. I know you will. But the village won't. Goodbye, Kakashi-sensei. Anko lead Kakashi away, Shikamaru following short behind, tears streaming down his face as he experienced his friend's death, which no teenager should even experience. Asuma, knowing the feeling oh too well, grabbed Shikamaru's shoulder and limped them both out of the cave, Nagato sealing the entrance behind them by bringing down tons of stone. They all stood quiet. The puddle of blood left by Niji's corpse had yet to be cleaned. Anbu reinforcements were on their way and would arrive in a matter of minutes. Hinata knelt next to the pool of blood, still crying, still filled with hate. Naruto walked over to her and picked her up, hold her against him, not in love or affection, but because it was what she needed most right now. Her body shivered with every breath. She turned to him and planted her face against his cloak, her muffled cries vibrating through his body as if she were an extension of himself. Hinata, please, stay with me a little longer. Both you and Jiraiya can travel with us, okay? I don't know anymore. The village. Why would they do such a thing? Jiraiya sat up and walked over to Naruto. I think we should all get out of here, yes. But I will never join the Akatsuki. Nagato stepped forward also. I don't believe that is who we are anymore, Jiraiya. We are no longer that Akatsuki. We can be new and pure. Will you not join us then? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. None of you will change your killing ways. I will not join you, but I will make the trip out of this place with you people. Then we part ways. I'm sick of these villages and their pride. I'm going back to my Iboku or somewhere further. This is all a mess. Sorry to hear it. I was hoping you would help us establish our new clan. You mean the new Akatsuki? No. I mean the Uzumaki clan. We shall all be the first generation of our clan's rebirth. Naruto will be its Kage. I will be Hokage. No, you will become the Uzukage. Quick pause, guys. I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, And it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 14. The Disciple's Agony. The Uzumaki? Never heard of that kind of kage before. I thought there were only 5. There was 6. But back in the Shinobi War, our village, Uzumaki, home of the Uzumaki clan, was destroyed, all our people slaughtered and forced to flee their homes, scattered all over the globe. Who would do such an attack? We are uncertain. Most of the survivors were just children at the time. Whoever attacked the village left no trace. You and I are the last of our bloodline. We are the next in line for the Uzumaki position. I want that to be you. I know you had dreamed of being Hokage, but it's okay. This is far greater. To restore my clan and rule my people and lead them into a new age is far better than being the leader of Konoha. Fear not, Naruto. Our village and Konoha had a very strong tie, blood relation it seemed. We will have someone we trust run Konoha while you rule Uzumaki. We are going to re-establish Konoha? Of course. We mean for peace, not destruction. Jiraiya snickered. You will only find destruction. Say what you will, Jiraiya. Naruto will become a great Kage. Support my nephew a bit more, why don't you? I'm sorry, Naruto. If you choose this path, I won't stop you. At least you are not a part of the main Akatsuki. You do serve a purpose now. Bringing back the Uzumaki clan is a great task. Although I can't join your force, I would happily die for you. Naruto smiled. Thanks, pervy sage. Nagato may be my uncle, but you have always been a faith. The roof exploded downward, raining stone, shrapnel and wood down upon the main floor. Nagato pushed Konan and Naruto out of the way and used his chakra to push him backwards before tons of stone came crashing down where they all once stood. The roof filled with dust and smoke from the large hole blown into the roof. 4 rope darts struck down at the floor, embedding themselves in the concrete. As the rope tightened, multiple figures began rappelling down the rope. Their uniform easily identified them. The Umbu Black Ops had arrived. Umbu! Get ready! 4 of them hit the ground in a crouch, kunai drawn. They weren't here to ask questions, it seemed. The first one lunged at Jiraiya, forcing him to repel off attacks and fight back. Jiraiya never wanted to fight his own allies, but if they meant to take Naruto's life, he would happily fight off hell itself for this boy. 2 Umbu dashed across the room at Nagato, who in turn used his universal pull to force them into a nearby steel pole, sticking outward from the debris. The result was instant impalement. More and more Umbu dropped down from the roof until every Akatsuki, X-Leaf or Uzumaki member had 2 opponents to spar with. Hinata warned 2 of them. Please, we have no intentions of fighting you. I am the daughter of Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. We know exactly who you are, traitor. Our orders were to kill all traitors. Looks like Niji was no better than you Akatsuki scum. Razor-hot rage burrowed into Hinata's mind. She would tolerate insults on her, physical and emotional pain and even the lose of her life, but she would never tolerate anyone to speak poorly of her family and friends, especially after Niji's recent death. Her tears were still wet and uncontrolled since it had happened, when one of the Leaf Umbu had slit Niji's throat. Her fists tightened as her hatred took over yet again. Like an epiphany it dawned on her. Ever since the Leaf threw out Naruto and left him for dead, she grew hateful toward her once proud village. Now I was clear. Hinata Hyuga hated the village with a burning intensity that could only rival that of Naruto's. She drew her kunai and lunged towards the first Umbu. Her hatred was pure and was not influenced by the least by her love for Naruto or his pain. What she felt was personal. She would achieve her revenge alongside Naruto, not behind him. She thrust her kunai deep into the man's neck and jerked it to a side, opening up his jugular like a water valve. Ducking from the spray, she dropped down to the ground and slashed at the calf muscle of another Umbu agent. He dropped to the ground at a scream of agony. She silenced his cries when kunai plunged through the eye socket of his mask, shattering both bone and mask in a cloud of red mist comprised of bone and brain fluid. That's for Niji. You fucker. Across the carnage, Conan was in a close-quarters fight with two agents, her attackers desperately trying to impale her. When they succeed, she only laughed, her body breaking into small sheets of paper until they were nothing, a pile of office stationery it seemed. Her paper clone had served its purpose. Appearing behind them, she in return impaled them both with dual kunai, her attackers dropping to the floor and remaining still forevermore. A group of 3 charged her from across the room. Smiling, she turned to the pile of paper left by her clone. She raised her hand and the paper seemed to follow until they were floating directly in front of her. Rotating onto the side so that the edge was facing Conan, she cast her hand aside and the sheets of paper hardened like steel and flew through the air, burying deep into the charging umbu and knocking them down colder than a land of iron winter season. Nagato! They keep coming. We got to seal that hole. Orochimaru was using his snake to crush the bones of 4 different umbu when he called over. A blast would only bring the rest of the roof down. We have no choice but to retreat. Some of these umbu are using shadow clone. I've killed about 20 real men. Konoha is throwing everything at us. We have to retreat. I can't keep this up without my own jutsu capabilities. Orochimaru is right. Everyone! Make your way to the hallway. Sakura knocked on the hardwood doors. Come on, Ian Sakura. Yes, sensei. Tsunade was at her desk, Shizen dishing out even more paperwork for Tsunade to slave away at. At least Swanda's jutsu keeps her from aging from work strain like most adults seem to go through. She looked up at Sakura and smiled. What can I help you with? Tsunade, where is everyone? Even Kakashi-sensei is gone. I'm not going to lie to my student. I sent them on a mission to find Jiraiya and Hinata and also eliminate all Akatsuki threats. No one seems to be telling me, why did the 2 leave? Why would they cast off bonds with Konoha? Dare I tell her the whole truth? Do you know why? They weren't satisfied with the lack of investigation into Naruto's death. What? You say death, as if you too are unsure of the causes. I'm starting to doubt reality at the moment, Sakura. So you think he ran off on his own accord, but was not the one to take his life? I'm starting to believe so, yes. The reason why Hinata and Jiraiya left. They knew he would not die so easily. We all gave up on him after all. Hinata never said goodbye. Is she angry at me or something? Yes, she hates your very existence, Sakura. I'm sorry you had to find out. What, she hates me? And Sasuke too, she blames the 2 of you for Naruto's death. She felt Sasuke deserved to be exiled or kept in jail. She even saw Sasuke and you kiss a week after Naruto's death. It drove her to boiling point for Hinata to be consumed by rage. It must have been bad, Sakura. She can't blame Sasuke. He was the one who got attacked. How can she blame us? If we had believed Naruto's side of the story, and actually thought, wouldn't they both be alive now? What are you trying to say here? Nothing, I'm neutral in this conflict between friends. But we all took Sasuke's side because he was hurt. Or was acting hurt. He would never. He had a wound. I healed it myself, for God's sakes. Let me tell you something, Sakura. Years ago during the 3rd Great Ninja War, when I was teamed up with Jiraiya and Orochimaru as the 3 Sannin of the Leaf. We led a small platoon of 7 ninja into one of the Hidden Mist's outer villages. We found nothing but devastation and destruction. Our forces had really weakened the Hidden Mist. Our job was to retrieve files from one of their outposts regarding their defenses in the main city. We found a woman on the street begging us to save her. His stomach had been severely slashed open and the blood had got to me. You hated the sight of blood, right? Exactly. We felt sorry for her and helped her up and took her back to our base camp for healing. Shinobi should never give in to personal feelings. As soon as she was healed, she pulled a Hidden Mist Shinobi headband from her pack. She began to laugh crazily. She killed 6 of our men before we took her down. It was a trap. She had harmed herself to seek our pity and gain our trust, only to slit our throats. You mean to say that? I mean to suspect. Sasuke could very well be sorry for what he did and is living normally now, or he is lying to us all. God damn it, you just want him dead, don't you? What the hell do you want? I want to see Naruto okay. Tears spilled down her face, as the Hokage's spirit broke yet again. Tsunade. I want to see his grinning face and his cocky attitude. I want to see him take my place and become Hokage, and by God I want to see him, the closest thing I have to family. The one person who can change this world. Gave his life for Sasuke. He always cared about others more than himself. He always made jokes and played class clown for attention. All he wanted was acknowledgment and love to combat the loneliness he has bared with him since his birth. I'm sorry. I thought you had already mourned my loss? Forgotten his face? No. I will never forget. I can't be this Hokage for much longer. I would rather die for the ones I love than die as the last of my family. I am basically the last Senju, he is the last Uzumaki. Both related by distant blood. Shouldn't I be more loyal to him than an Uchiha? My family's ancient enemy. No. We made a peace treaty. It's wrong for me to call them my enemy. Will you step down? No, not yet, but I can't handle it anymore. Kakashi sprinted through the gates of the Leaf Village, his eyes burning with tears that would not come. He had cried himself out days before. Enko and the rest were hot on his heels. The Hokage's office was straight ahead. He could sense both Sakura's and Tsunade's chakra from inside. Good, they both need to hear this. He leaped to the rooftops to speed up his approach. There was no need for formalities. He aimed for the Hokage's balcony and leaped. Planning ut in his head, he decided the right words to say. The topic was not exactly an easy one to describe. Even if he had practiced all day, it would no doubt reopen old wounds. He stepped through the window, the others following behind him. Sakura and Tsunade turned in surprise. You're back. What's happened? Kakashi's rage finally boiled over. What the fuck happened? I'll tell you what happened. We were betrayed. By the you hired. I never hired them. Danzo. And who does Danzo serve? The Hokage. That's right. Danzo has his own agenda. What is the problem? Problem? I just watched my comrade get slaughtered. Goddamned murder. What? Who? I watched the throat of Niji cut open. By a goddamned Konoha blade. What? Niji, no. Yes. And that's not all. Hinata watched it. We all watched it. Me, Jiraiya, Hinata, the Akatsuki. And Naruto. What? Naruto. He is alive, yes. The Umbu force kept on coming. The Akatsuki and ex-Konoha ninja had no idea if they were all shadow clones or ordinary agents. They all died the same, however, be it in a mist of blood or in a mist of smoke. Despite their heavy losses, it was clear that Danzo was throwing everything he could at the Akatsuki. A few Umbu were hired mercenaries and assassins only disused as Konoha shinobi. Showers of kunai flew towards the group. Nagato had been using his wind chakra abilities ever since the fight began to repel off the oncoming projectiles. This had weakened his defense, however. A stray shuriken sliced across his leg and brought him to his knees in a grunt of pain. Nagato! I'm fine. Push back to the doorway. We can seal the hallways with small explosives. Itachi, Naruto, Hinata, Orochimaru and Konan were making their way towards the hallway, not daring to turn their backs on the wave of Umbu, pushing to finish the job. Nagato limped back to the hallways and pressed up against the wall, breathing heavily. I have almost exhausted my chakra. If only I had more time after my surgery, I would not be so tired. Itachi. Orochimaru, how long will it take to set up the paper bombs, and how long will it take to activate them? Al sync. Itachi shook his head. Easily 10 minutes. Time we don't have. We would need to hold them off for too long. I see. We can't retreat. They would easily kill us. Looks like we make our stand here until paper bombs are set. Jiraiya stepped outside the hallway and turned to them. His eyes in particular, gazing at Naruto with the love of a father. Naruto. Fulfill your dream. Become whatever Kage you like. I'm proud of you and I know your parents think the same. Farewell. He turned and kicked the support beam, raining down debris from the roof. Anbu began their charge. His back turned to them, he mustered up all his strength into each fist blow. Each impact cracked the beam and rained down more debris until the roof sagged down ready to fall. Pervy Sage. What are you doing? Orochimaru spoke coldly. It can only be done from outside the hallway. It's a main support to the whole roof, so therefore it was built with protective seals to avoid explosive damage or fire damage. Their only way is through sheer strength. Once it falls, the whole main hall roof will cave in, over 1,000 tons of rock and earth. Jiraiya. Please come back in. We can just hold them OFF. With dawning realization, Naruto tried to run out of the hallway. Nagato and Orochimaru holding him back. Naruto, stop. It's his final wish. Believe me. I would love to save him, he's my only friend. But if I were to forsake his wish, I would not be his friends. Or a Sannin for that matter. Please. Let me get to him. Jiraiya lurched forward as a kunai dug deep into his shoulder. He turned and snapped the neck of the attacker. Realizing his plan, the Anbu pushed Jiraiya back and stood a defensive formation around the main support beam in the center of the room. Jiraiya limped forward, a shuriken sticking into his thigh. He turned to Naruto and called aloud. Don't worry, Naruto. I will never give up. That's my pervy way, ha 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 ha. With utter laughter he drew out his hand and melded his chakra together. The blue glow of the Rasengan lit up the darkening room. Its rotating gyro of pure chakra howled as it grew in intensity. He roared towards the Anbu at full pace, his Rasengan stretched in front of him, knocking aside all those who tried to counter his attack. He collided with the group of Anbu positioned around the beam. The collision exploded in a mixture of blood, debris, and pure chakra. The beam was pulverized and diminished to a mere stump. The roof creaked and roared, ready to give way. All the Anbu agents began to retreat, many of them crewed by the solid concrete falling from the ceiling. Hurry! Jiraiya-sensei! Jiraiya only stood still, however, blood seeping from his many wounds. He grinned and took a gulp of sake from his canteen. His features relaxed, and he began to weep in both relief and happiness to see his apprentice go so far. He disagreed with his methods of peace, but he loved the boy more than love could possibly achieve. He gazed at his student and adopted child for the last time. Minato would be proud. Kushina too. Your parents love you, Naruto. So do I. The roof caved in, darkening both the room and the life of Jiraiya the gallant and pervy sage forevermore. Naruto just stood there, not moving and not realizing the reality of what had just happened. His world spun like one of his own Rasengans. He collapsed to his knees and began to shiver. His shivering was violent, and would have been mistaken for a mild ecliptic fit, had the floor not been covered in growing tears. Jiraiya! 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 Naruto! Jiraiya! He gave his life for us. Konan wiped a tear from her eye and moved over to Itachi for support. Orochimaru had stuck the wall with his fist and walked down the hallways on his own. Hinata could only imagine what Naruto was going through. She herself had just experienced it herself only moments ago with Neji. She wanted to comfort Naruto, but she was afraid it would put him into shock. She figured it was best to give him as much space as possible until it finally hits him. Right now Naruto was stuck between worlds, not knowing if what happened actually happened. His sorrow and hatred mixed together into one boiling cauldron of pure emotions as his spirit broke. Yeah. His screams built of nothing but emotion and vocal sounds, his screams ripping through the air as his blood boiled and his veins bulged all over his body. Sweat poured down his face mixing with hid tears. his head lolled back and revealed sharpening fangs. His screams sounded more primal and beast-like with every passing second. His eyes rolled to the back of his head and he froze. His mind breaking into thousands of pieces as he lost consciousness. Not even the Kyuubi could recover from such an emotional shutdown. His body froze as if paralyzed, his eyes still pure white like a Byakugan, and his face facing the roof like a wolf howling at the moon. His body remained like a statue. Naruto! His spirit has broken! His whole mind and sanity has just failed. He's beyond shock. The shock and sorrow has paralyzed him. All his muscles are still tensed. His mind is locked. What do we do? Orochimaru returned. I will take him to the medical bay. Coming? Nagato shook his head, his Rinnegan glowing with fierce anger. No. I need to speak with everyone. You know where to find me. Picking up Naruto, Orochimaru cradled the comatose ninja as if he were an important artifact instead of an actual human, but they were all glad they had a medical genius on their side. Orochimaru would be even more loyal now that Naruto and him shared the pain of Jiraiya's death. Truth be told, they all did. Nagato turned to Itachi, Konan and Hinata, his face more than serious. I talked earlier about bringing peace to the villages. To the Leaf. What now? Will we go back to the main Akatsuki branch? Our separation is absolute. Our plans have changed, however. What is our goal now, Nagato? I watched my mother and father slaughtered by Leaf Shinobi. I just watched my master get cut down by Leaf Shinobi. Hinata watched her cousin have his throat slit by Danzo's captains. There is nothing I want more than to watch Konoha and its people burn to God. Damn ashes! Hinata nodded. Let me join. Jiraiya may have wished for neutrality, but not me. I will avenge Niji. Konoha will burn for what they did to my master and my nephew. Chapter 15. The Mind's Limbo. Like his heart and emotions, the world was dark. His tears joining the lake of water below. He was knee-deep in the dark waters, his body hunched over as if he fell asleep praying to a god that forsook him long ago. His conscience slowly faded into an awake state. He lifted his damp head, which felt like 100 pounds heavier. The chamber was large. Across the room was a large iron-barred gate. The Kyuubi chamber had become very familiar over the last few years, sometimes flowing with water, sometimes dry as Suna. He's gone. As if needing to hear the words himself to believe it, his body went limp and slumped into the water. His body wretched and writhed in the water as his emotions that shock had bottled up, broke and spread like wildfire. He slammed his fists down on the ground, creating large splashes and ripples. With each strike of his fists, he collided with the concrete floor, turning the water around him slightly red with the oozing blood from his cut hand. Although he was in his subconscious mind, he could feel every blow as if it were real. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! His speech stuttered as he tried to hold on to something that only resembled speech. His sadness contorted into rage in pure anger as his fists began to crumble the floor beneath him. Each blow raised his voice louder and louder until he was screaming at reality itself. He felt something stir in the chamber and rose to his feet. He needed someone to take his anger out on. Naruto! This is the hate you need, no? Kyuubi! What the hell do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Leave me to my grief. You have changed over the last few weeks. We used to hate each other. I do hate you. No. You only hate me because I am the only one here. Were a Konoha ninja here you would feel, oh, so much different. Face it, Naruto, you want my power, you want my will, you want the vengeance only I can provide. It's only a seal away. The day I let you take full control is the day I die. I'm not dying anytime soon. What do you think kept you alive when you had your little cry? Who do you think truly helped you then? You are nothing without me. I kept you alive just so we could finally work together. The village did not throw you out. The village threw us both out. You kept me alive. Why? You could have been freed from my body and reincarnated somewhere else. Because I've grown to admire you, it would only be a matter of days before I am hunted down and sealed in some other child. Then I would be trapped yet again. So you want to stay? We both share the same goal now, don't we? It's only natural to form alliances with those of common interest. Isn't that why you joined the Akatsuki? Nagato being your uncle is but a bonus. Kyubi. I'm so lost. I don't know what to do. I am an emotional wreck right now. You have hatred, do you not? I feel it in you, Naruto. You are also forgetting. Both Nagato and that girl have hatred just as intense. They will follow you to the underworld if need be. I can tell the girl loves you. Call it animal instinct. Do you not love her back? Hinata. I love her. With all my heart I love her, but she did not want to be with me because of the path I now walk. He recalled her sadness, her refusal to be with him. She loved Naruto more than life itself, but she could not walk the path of hatred and dwell in the darkness of vengeance, or so he had thought. He recalled her fit of rage as Niji's throat was cut. Her blade freely cut down all Konoha Anbu who stood in her way. Without mercy she cut them down only to fulfill her burning hatred. She would walk the path with him now, but she would not follow him like a minion or subordinate. He understood her own vengeance that had to be fulfilled. She's different now, she cares only for you now. Go to her. Our time is done here. Kyubi. I don't know what to say. Kurama. Huh? You can start by using my real name. Kurama. Naruto's world grew lighter as his faded from Kurama's chambers. Shocked the tailed beast had a name. He knew a relationship, if not a friendship, had been developed in that small instance. He now had a purpose and the friends to help him complete it. He grew warm as he entered his conscious body, and the light of overhead lanterns warmed his face. He regained consciousness, but only sensed Hinata's chakra. Hinata wiped fresh tears from her eyes. Her world was truly a labyrinth of mixed anger and sadness. Niji had been slaughtered by a leaf Anbu, one of the leaf's most loyal soldiers, which means they would only act on the orders of the Hokage or elders. Then she had watched as Jiraiya gave his own life to save them, bringing down thousands of tons of rock and crushed both himself and the remaining Anbu, in a heroic act to set Naruto's destiny in motion. She gazed down at him, his head clasped in hers. Her tears falling harder, as she remembered his emotional breakdown, as his spirit and his sanity broke, leaving him paralyzed with shock and sorrow. He had witnessed so much more sadness in the last few weeks. It amazed her to know he still has so much bottled in. Despite all that had happened, she was filled with great love. Her path decided by fate itself, she could walk alongside Naruto and love him as she had always wished. She felt her heart break when she rejected his offer to join him, but now it was different. They had slaughtered Niji in cold blood, killed one of her beloved senseis and brought down her true love to a breaking point. They had accepted Sasuke and with open arms and tossed out Naruto with closed fists. She remembered Sakura's rejection towards Naruto. They brought down heaven and raised up a whore. Her fists tightened. Her anger boiled. She saw tears in the corner of Naruto's eyes and it drove her to the edge. She hated nothing more than Konoha. Naruto mumbled and she looked down, her anger blunting and fading away as he slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes lighting up like purple diamonds as tears welled up in her eyes. These were tears of happiness, however. Naruto-kun. Hinata. What did I tell you? Ha! About using silly titles like that. She ignored his light conversation. She aimed straight for the lips. Her hair flowing over both of their heads as she pressed her tender lips against his. She shivered as pure shocks of happiness and enjoyment spilled down her spine and warmed her cheeks as they blushed a faint red. She moaned slightly as he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her onto the bed on top of him. He could not hold on to her feelings any longer. He pulled back and ran kisses down her tender pale neck, his light stubble tickling her. She unzipped her jacket and threw it down beside the bed, letting the weight of her chest hang free under her fishnet shinobi vest. She guided his hands onto her curvature and laughed as the surface underneath her grew unmistakably hard. His hands worked like magic, exploring this foreign territory like a scout unit. Her kisses returning to his lips. Their breathes grew strong and fast as their excitement turned into pure addiction. Hinata pulled back, grinning. I think, if we kept that up we would not able to stop. I'm sorry, but now is definitely not the time. I agree, haha. Oh God. So it all really happened, huh? Pervy sage. Naruto. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hinata. It's fine. I may have only been out for hours. But I spent what seemed like days in the Kyubi. I mean Kurama's chambers. I think I'm all cried out. Hinata. I'm sorry for not saving Niji. It's all my fault. I'm to blame. No. Konoha is to blame for his death. Naruto. I can walk this path with you now. I have tasted death, and my fate is already decided. It lie with you, but I will get my revenge, with or without you. Your revenge is my revenge, Hinata. I love you. Her warm smile brought him true happiness. I love you too. I always have. I'm happy. Where is Nagato and the others? They left through a secret passageway. I told them I would wait here for you to wake up. They are going back to the Hidden Rain with Orochimaru to deal with issues regarding the Akatsuki organization as a whole. It's just you and me right now. Get your things. We are leaving. Where? The Hidden Rain? Actually, no. There is a nearby leaf outpost. I want some goddamned answers, don't you? Only if I get one of those attractive-looking cloaks. She giggled and ran a hand down her breasts, reminding Naruto of his hardness, and starting them off on another make-out spree that would only suit the contents of an Ika Paradise novel. Yes. He is alive. No, that can't be. We could not find any remains whatsoever. That's because the Akatsuki saved him first. Saved? You make it sound like he freely let them. Why wouldn't he? He seemed so proud wearing that red cloud. He has joined the Akatsuki. He means to kill everyone in the village. And we are all to blame. I don't see one person in this office who tried to help him. He joined the Akatsuki. Sakura's lips trembled. The man she had once loved was still alive and wanted her dead. The door opened and Sasuke stumbled in, his face pale with shock and his hands trembling. He had been listening to the whole conversation. He knew now that Naruto would be coming for him. He felt glad his friend was not dead, and he hoped to sway his mind and bring him back to the light like how Naruto had done for him. Naruto's alive. I must see him. Tsunade shook her head. You can't. He means to kill you, and Sakura. It's going to be hard to believe, but you two caused him the most pain. He won't stop until he gets some answers. He's not the only 1 inch. What do you mean, Tsunade? Sasuke, tell us what really happened on that night. And make sure you tell the goddamn truth. You are a member of our village. We are not going to abandon you now, but we deserve the truth, don't we? I told you. You told us a load of bullshit. And now look what is happening. Everyone grew silent. The room was heavy with it. Sasuke considered his options. He had no choice but the truth. Whatever would happen to him after would be in their hands, be it life or early death. His life and love with Sakura was all thanks to Naruto. Okay. I'll tell the truth. Sakura's eyes grew wide. Sasuke, you. I lied to protect you all from the truth. No. I lied to protect myself. Tsunade nodded. It was no surprise to her after all. Go on. I came to Konoha to kill Naruto. If I kill someone whom I am close with, my Sharingan will evolve into an even more powerful form, which I need to kill Itachi and restore my clan. All I had to do was kill Naruto. But it never happened. He never died and I never got my Mangeyeko Sharingan. Until now I believed he was dead, and that my Sharingan was cursed and would not progress. I mourned Naruto's death for weeks like many of you. I cried myself to sleep just as much of any of you. He still haunts me in my dreams. I never wanted to kill him. But I have to avenge my clan and kill my brother. You are unbelievable. Sakura stood and ran out of the room, her tears spilling down her cheek. Sakura, wait! Sasuke ran after her, leaving the room yet again quiet. Kakashi closed the door and stepped forward. What do we do now, Tsunade? Tsunade? I don't know anymore. I wish Sasuke had never arrived at this village. And now you say Jiraiya is also helping Naruto and the Akatsuki? That's correct. This changes everything. Tell me what happened with Neji. Well, the two Anbu ninja you assigned to the squad took the law into their own hands and tried to arrest Hinata and Jiraiya on charges of treason. Neji intervened. So they slit his throat. Are you happy? Your men crossed the line. Kakashi, I never assigned the mean to your squad. I specifically ordered your squad and your squad along to take the task. Then why the hell did Neji have to die? Why would they suddenly just join our squad? The door swung open yet again. The clunk of a walking stick echoed closer and closer as the figure came into view. Danzo Shimura's bandaged face gleamed in the torchlight of the Hokage office. His face serious as always and his body stern despite its old age. Once serving under Tobirama, the second Hokage, he then became the leader of the Foundation, where all Anbu Black Ops were trained and ordered. Because I ordered them too. Danzo. You bastard! Calm yourself, Kakashi. Old friend. My Anbu days are long over. Shut your goddamned mouth. The treachery of Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga and Jiraiya Sensei is to be considered absolute. Anyone who helps them is considered an accomplice. Anko screamed aloud. So does that give you the right to slit the throat of kids? Age is no restriction to punishment. Betrayal is betrayal, plain and simple. Asuma pitched in. You are a real sick bastard. Now, Kakashi, tell me. How did you and your squadron of ninja leave the Akatsuki hideout, without taking down Naruto? Why were my captains slaughtered and not your men? Why have you returned empty-handed? Oh, how foolish of me. You let them go. I was not ordered to catch Naruto. I was ordered to convince Hinata and Jiraiya to return to the village. Naruto and the others are now members of the Akatsuki, are they not? What is your objectives involving the Akatsuki? To capture or kill the Akatsuki members. I thought so. Captain Takeshi. A Anbu captain emerged from the shadows followed by 20 masked Anbu agents. Place Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Shikamaru Nara, Anko Mitarashi and Tenten into custody. Awaiting life sentence or death penalty. Tsunade drove her fist into the table. As Hokage, I forbid this. Also relieve Lady Tsunade of her role as Hokage and summon the daimyo. I shall succeed her role. You can't do this. Tsunade. Do you want to know why you never found Naruto's body? Because we just didn't. That's all there was to it. Haha, not quite. You see. You ordered Anbu to search the woods for Naruto. I ordered them to ignore your order. Hell, I shouted them all the sake they could drink that night. It went all according to plan. You monster. You fucking greedy bastard. I'll kill you. Captain Takeshi. Take them to the Foundation's brig. I want rest until your head hits the floor. You goddamned bastard. You took your role to personally Tsunade. It has cost this village its safety and efficiency. I should have become Hokage instead of Hiruzen. The ninja were all forced to the ground. Chakra-binding handcuffs clicked around their wrists and prevented their ninjutsu from being used. Kakashi fought strongly against the handcuffs, which had yet to be forced onto him. He ripped off the headband that covered his eye and shouted aloud. Anko! I will come for you! The world around him spiraled out and his body began to tear into the whirlpool he had created. He very seldom used his kami. This was a random jump, which could land him anywhere in the land of fire, but he knew anywhere would be better than here. His body sucked into the warp, and his existence and the Hokage office was erased completely. Takeshi! Send out all notice! Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan is a S-class wanted criminal. I want his goddamned head! Nagato turned to Konan, Itachi and Orochimaru. They all stood outside the main entrance to the Akatsuki headquarters, which may possibly become a battleground. Nagato could sense everyone's chakra. The whole Akatsuki was inside and moving around their day-to-day activities. Nagato took a deep breath and prepared himself for a possible fight. We go inside, we declare our intents, and we see who will leave with us. If it comes to a fight, then so be it. I'm ready, Nagato. As am I. Orochimaru snickered. Well, I have not seen the gang in quite a while, but sure. I'm ready. They opened the door and entered. They found everyone in the dining hall. Hayden was boasting about his kill to Deidara and collecting bet money off Kakuzu, who looked rather pissed off to be giving up his money so soon. They all turned to the group. Sasori teased. Nagato. Your body, well? It's good to see you actually on your feet. Had no idea you were this tall, ha ha ha. It's good to be in full body once again. Hayden cocked an eyebrow. Holy fuck. Is that you, Orochimaru? Damn. I thought your sick twisted ass had decomposed a long time ago. Great to see you too, Hayden. Kakuzu went straight to the point. Nagato, what is he doing? Where have you guys been? Is Toby around? No, him and Zetsu are across the complex. Doing some weird shit. I'm not certain. Good. Gather around, everyone. I will tell you the truth right now. Kisame entered the hall and laughed aloud at the sight of Orochimaru. They all took their seats around the large table and waited for Nagato to begin. Everyone was there from Hayden, Kakuzu, Kisame, Sasori and Deidara. He took a deep breath and pulled a file from his coat. He slapped it on the table and opened it. First of all, Naruto Uzumaki. As many of you know, we are from the same clan. Well, it's more than that. He is my nephew. I had Orochimaru here test our blood samples. He also fixed me up with this body. My goals lie with my nephew now. Second of all, Toby. Or as his real name, if you will. Madara Uchiha. Everyone gasped. Even Itachi and Konan were shocked just hearing the name again. The name carried true power behind it. It was a name that could shatter an entire village. Had it not been for Hashirama Senju, that would have exactly happened. Everyone leaned in closer, now more interested than before. Madara Uchiha is who formed the Akatsuki. He is the leader who has truly been working in the shadows. His act, Toby, is nothing but a joke. How is it possible? How can he be alive? He is generations old, for fuck's sakes. Immortality or some other jutsu. I don't know. But I'm tired of his rule now. I want to form a new organization and leave him in the dust. Nagato felt immense chakra enter the room. His Rinnegan quivered under the powerful chakra. Everyone in the room felt it as if it were a blow to their stomachs. It certainly was not Setsu. Toby appeared to the doorway and waved comically. Ooh, hi there guys, hee-ha. Cut the bullshit, they know. Madara laughed long and deep. So I hear. So you plan to revolt against me? Your true leader? I will not use tail beasts to earn peace. We are mankind. We are all powerful enough to make our own peace, without the help of petty primordial beasts. You only say that because your nephew, Naruto, is a Jinchuriki destined to be used himself. You have grown soft, Nagato. I will not let you take the last of my clan away from me. I won't let any more of my family die. Not anymore. Then who will you choose, everyone? The washed-up Rinnegan user? Or the great ancestor of the Uchiha? The most powerful man alive at this very moment? Hayden stood up and pointed at Nagato. You made me hunt all these fucking tailed bastards only to give up now? Fuck that, I'm with Madara on this one. Kakuzu stood. As am I. More profit will be made by sticking with the original group. I have already invested so much in multiple areas. I want turn back now. Deidara backed away from the table. Itachi is the one who found me and brought me into the group. I care little for the tailed beasts, but Toby. You were always a little asshole, no matter how much of a lie it was. I'm with Nagato, our true leader. Sasori moved to Nagato's side. I prefer a leader I have actually worked with. Who do you think you are demanding our loyalty after so long with Nagato? Kisame laughed. Like I always said. Toby brought life to the team, looks like he will bring more success ahead. Sorry, Itachi. This is where we become foes, ha ha ha. A new voice entered. Seems I get to choose as well, don't I? They all turned to see a silver-haired man standing by the doorway, his spectacles glowing in the light and his skin reflecting a much more scaly composure. Kabuto laughed aloud as his master's face contorted in both confusion and slow dawning realization. The great Madara Uchiha, I hear you are hiring. Interested? Kabuto, your work far exceeds that of your master. Is it true that your version of Edo Tensei is far superior to your master's? Yes. It is. How about it? Welcome to the Akatsuki, Kabuto. Orochimaru hissed. You no good brat. After all I taught you. You taught me well, master, but as you acted before you left the village, my search for knowledge is far greater than yours. You have nothing I need. The two groups stood back, each team decided, each member's fate sealed and set in stone. The old and the new Akatsuki looked at each other with new perspective. They were no longer allies, but foes. Nagato gestured to his organization, which would consist of himself, Konan, Itachi, Naruto, Hinata, Orochimaru, Deidara and Sasori. They all stood at attention waiting for their new orders. We shall now be known as Tensei, the reincarnation of the Akatsuki, the true fighters of our cause. Madara gestured to his own organization, which would consist of himself, Zetsu, Kisame, Kabuto, Haiden, Kakuzu and the loyal Akatsuki spies. Their division from their comrades had changed their outlook on one another. We shall remain the Akatsuki. We will burn this world and bring eternal genjutsu to the land. So be it. Out of respect, Nagato, I will let you leave this city alive and return wherever you like, but after this, you are nothing but passive waste in our way. We will kill you on sight, all of you. You will crawl from the black earth and wonder to yourself, why had I not chose the right leader? Why must I live in this hell of a reality? Then your end will come, and your body will inspire only the maggots beneath. Let it be war then! Hinata and Naruto passed over the cliff and gazed down at the gleaming outposts below them. They had been hiking for hours. Naruto sat down on a rock and pulled Hinata close to him. The air was cold and she shivered. He opened his cloak and folded her inside it, pressing his warmer body against her, heating her up both in body and in mind. She smiled and took in the beautiful view. Frost had developed on the fields of grass below them, making the grass a crystal field of pale greens and yellows that glistened in the sunlight. He pecked her cheek and hugged her closer. There it is. The Umbu who assaulted us had to set up a large operation camp. That's where all the survivors are at the moment. They will pack up and leave for Konoha tomorrow. Got any ideas? They think we are either dead or trapped underground. They will have lower defenses. We can attack tonight, spare one of them and get information out of him. What do you think? Perfect, just like you, although I have a bonus plan, however. We spare two of them, one for interrogation, the other as a messenger. Sending what? A letter? Well, they are always expecting a supply cart from Konoha to the camp. We kill everyone in the camp except that one guy. Then when the supply wagon comes, we dress as Umbu Black Ops and order the driver to urgently take us to Konoha. That will avoid Umbu patrols and leave checkpoints. Most Umbu are ranked higher than Jounin, so we won't be questioned very often. What are we going to do in the hidden leaf? It's too difficult to destroy it without help. I want to give them all a sign, a nice big one. Ha ha ha, what do you even mean? Can't say, would ruin the surprise. Come on, tell me. Nope. She unbuttoned her shirt down 3 notches, exposing her immense cleavage. Please. Naruto-kun. Don't give me those eyes. What eyes, Naruto-kun? Please tell me. It'll make you feel good all over. Naruto-kun. She whispered deep in his ear all the things she could do. A thin trail of blood streaked down his nose as he grinned like a lunatic. He looked like a blonde-haired Jiraiya, no doubt. Chapter 16, Vicious Nightfall. Sakura, wait! Go away. I don't want to see you ever again. I'm sorry, Sakura. I should have told you from the beginning. I never lied to you. I just never told you all of it. Is that supposed to make it any fucking better? Well, he's alive, Sasuke. He never died and no one ever found him. It's all because of you. Don't act as if I wanted it to happen, Sakura. I never wanted this to happen. I never wanted to kill him, but I had to. It was the only way. The only way to do what? Get your revenge on Itachi? What will be left when it's all over? You will just be an empty man only filled with misery and despair. Why do you suddenly think it's my fault for him joining the Akatsuki? Because it's all your fault in the first place. That's a load of bullshit. If anyone, you caused him the most goddamned pain. What? What do you mean by that? As if you don't know. Naruto loved you, always had. But I had to be chosen over him, who deserved it more. Sasuke. My feelings for him are not as strong as they are for you. It hurt me to reject him. I am to blame. But my love is not a lie. I wish it were. I love you. But can we still love after all we have done? I will never stop loving you, Sasuke. I understand why you did it, for revenge. For that I can't forgive you. I never will. Please, never forgive me for that. But I will love you despite it. Because we all would have done what you did, we can't believe it ourselves. A loud crash sounded from the Hokage office, multiple shouts and yells sounded from its top floor, Tsunade's office. Multiple umbus surrounded the building, the already positioned guards had their throats cut. Sasuke pushed Sakura into a bush and jumped in himself as a squad of umbu marched up over the stairs. Sakura was wondering why the hell Sasuke had done that. He softly placed his hand over her mouth and pointed towards the Hokage office. She saw what was happening and remained silent. The Naruto retrieval team were being marched out of the Hokage office with their hands bound and black drawstring bags over their heads. One of them tried to flee and was struck deep in the gut. She whispered low, "What is going on? Why are they being arrested? What is Tsunade thinking? It's not an order from Tsunade." Being pushed out of the building, the obvious big-breasted strong body of Tsunade was marched out, her head bagged and hands bound. She struggled against her captors, but the handcuffs seemed to hold anti-chakra seals, restricting the flow of chakra to a weak minimum. Sakura wanted to run out to her master and free her, but she knew no justice would be achieved by doing so. Sasuke was whispering to himself, as if counting off names or locations. "What is it? They are all there. Anko, Shikamaru, Asuma, and Tenten. But not Kakashi-sensei. You don't think he is?" "No. He fled somehow. Probably with his Kamui ability." "Kamui? I learned about his ability from Orochimaru. Kamui is an ability of the Sharingan, similar to a space-time jutsu. It allows slow teleportation and the ability to form rips in time, able to pull in objects." "So he escaped?" "Exactly. He knows what truly happened. We have to find him. Konoha is no longer safe." "You still have not told me whose orders it was on." "Danzo Shimura." "You know him?" "Yes. He was always trying to gain Hokage position." "I'm shocked, but not surprised." The prisoners were forced into a large iron carriage reserved for prisoners and prisoners of war. The door was shut and bolted shut. Multiple umbu climbed onto the carriage and followed close behind it as it drove through Konoha and out its large gates. Sakura and Sasuke decided to search for Kakashi first. Being an ex-umbu member, Kakashi would know all of umbu's facilities and hideouts. The real question was where his Kamui had sent him. The further the distance, the more chakra it consumes, and the Kamui itself uses great chakra just to activate, which means Kakashi may still be in the village, or at least they hoped. The village truly had changed. Naruto and Hinata entered a clearing where the dense forest ended abruptly. They stood at the edge of Great Valley. Below them the small shapes of buildings and walls looked like a map. The leaf outpost bordered Suna and Konoha, which was a common stop for traders and merchants between the two nations. Naruto only needed to see its faint layout to analyze viable entries and strong points. His keen ninja sight would help him plan the biggest massacre Konoha has seen since the Third Great Shinobi War. Hinata went to H's side and leaned her head on his shoulder. They truly were a couple meant to be, even if it costed the lives of Konoha ninja. It's beautiful. I can think of more beautiful things, Hinata. Oh, quit it, Naruto. I'm trying to quit the blushing habit Eve held all these years. Well, I think it's pretty cute. Kind of like a sexy tomato? Hinata burst out laughing. In her head she imagined an image of a tomato wearing fishnet stockings and blowing a kiss. She lightly flicked his neck. He let out a little yelp of surprise. She giggled and kissed the red mark she had caused. Their blood ran hot yet again. So, what's the plan? Well, marriage, kids, hopefully a boy. We can grow old and live a good life? No, dummy, what are we going to do about this outpost? Kill them all. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Are you sure you want to go with me on this mission? They killed Niji. For each drop of his blood, I'll kill 10 ninja. Please don't stop me. Why would I do that? Niji was my friend too. My revenge is yours, Hinata. Thank you, Naruto. So what is the real plan? Apart from killing. Okay. We take out the outpost guard and anyone who stands in our way, then we disguise ourselves as merchants and pass through the Konoha gates without any issue, then I deliver a message to the people. In blood, of course. What's the message? That is a surprise, my love. I love you, Naruto. I love me too. Oh, guess what? What? I love you. He lunged at Hinata and picked her up around the waist and spun her around. She screamed and laughed at the same time. He spun around as if he were performing a Fang over Fang move that only a Inuzuka could achieve. He lost his balance and fell over hard on his back, Hinata landing on his chest, giggling all the while. Her chest pressed against his. They became quiet and gazed into each other's eyes, their Akatsuki cloaks fluttering in the light wind. Her hair was over her eyes yet again. He brushed it aside and kissed her. She felt confident again and slipped in her tongue. Their passion filled to the brim and spilled into reality. She removed her cloak and guided his hands around her breasts. She moaned slightly as hands apart from her own ventured along their surface. No. Is not the best time, I'm sorry, Hinata. I think a deer is watching us. Oh. My, sorry, I got a bit carried away there, Naruto. I would love you to keep going. Believe it. I love you, Naruto. But that catchphrase is utter shit? Ha 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 ha, you said it, babe. They took a nap together and waited until sundown, when blood would spill and all village ties would perish along with its ninja. Nagato, Konan, Itachi, Deidara, Sasori and Orochimaru, also known as Tensei, made their way out of the hidden rain borders. The meeting with Madara was surprisingly successful. No blood was spilled and both sides gained independence. The only issue with the two groups separating is the loss of the Akatsuki's resources and locations. They now relied on what Orochimaru had to offer, be it funds or hideouts to set up base operations. Itachi was not surprised with the current teams. Haiden and Kakuzu had always been bought by money or bloodshed. Loyalty was not in their vocabulary. Kisame was the only shock of the group. He had loyalty for Tobi before he announced his true identity as Madara Uchiha, which Itachi doubted very much. Deidara yawned. So where are we off to now? I did not get to pack up any of my hardham. Sasori nodded. I wish I brought more puppets with me. I may have to improvise and build a new one. Disappointing. Orochimaru raised a finger. No need, Sasori. Have you heard of Isaizo Irumi? The famous puppeteer from the First Great Shinobi War. His puppets were made of strong wood, like willow, but because the wood is bendy, they could make incredible maneuvers with the puppet, not to mention the great weapons he developed that were lost in the war. What about him? Well, I so happened to have a few of his prototype puppets when Kabuto raided his secret workshop in search for chakra-controlled jutsu. They make good coat hangers and decor, but you can have them. You took a priceless war machine and turned it into a coat hanger. Sasori, please. I have one of the first Hokage's signature kunai as a paperweight. Conan giggled. If you got it, flaunt it. Nagato smiled. This new organization felt more alive. Cutting off the poisonous fat that was Madara Uchiha had only made this group stronger. Progress would come easy now. He made a mental note to dig a grave for Jiraiya and Niji Hyuga to put them at rest. He knew Hinata would willingly join their cause, if only to avenge Niji's death and fulfill Naruto's dream as the Uzukage. The plan for today was to return back to the hideout and set off with as much equipment they could seal and carry and head to the next hideout to set up a more permanent base of operations. Itachi was curious. So Deidara, Sasori, why did you decide to join us? Why not earn more money and fame by joining Madara? Deidara snorted. I joined the Akatsuki. Not some asshole Uchiha gathering. No offense. Sasori nodded. I joined for our true purpose. I never wanted to be engulfed by genjutsu. We can make it happen without the use of petty illusions. Agreed, we do it with our will and strength. Nagato's voice hardened. No matter how it is done, the blood of Konoha will wet the very soil of the Fire Country. The carriage bumped and rattled as it drove over gravel country roads, heading to a destination unknown to Tsunade herself. She could sense the chakra of the others. She was still able to use her chakra for that purpose at least. Everyone but Kakashi, who was lucky enough to escape Danzo's grand scheme. She was unaware of the location his Kamui would send him, however. Any place but inside this carriage would be luxury. She continued to scan. 4 Umbu, 2 in the front cabin leading the horses and 2 on the roof keeping surveillance for anyone trying to break in and set us free. With the black bags around all of their heads, all she could do was scan. She measured their abilities. They were all average skilled Umbu, possibly their first true mission with the Foundation. She scanned through her mind of possible locations that they would be taken. Little did Danzo know, Tsunade and Jiraiya had learned all of Umbu's hideouts and facilities before Danzo became head of the Foundation. Danzo believes she is in the dark when it comes to the Foundation's secrets. He was wrong. She just could not figure out which place. We have been driving out for about 15 minutes, out of the main gates. Only 2 turns, one right and one left. Towards the border? Lady Tsunade, are you conscious? Asuma? Yes, we are all here. I know. Any ideas on where we are heading? Anko, once a Umbu member herself, knew exactly where. I know where we are going, Lady Tsunade. We are all riding a carriage to prison. You can drop the titles until I am Hokage again. Where, Anko? It's a small outpost facility on the border of Suna and Konoha. Umbu have disguised it as a simple trade post. Although traders and merchants do go through it, its main purpose is the Umbu interrogation and long-term shit house. All the criminals and enemy soldiers who are never seen again by either village are actually in here. Umbu is running its own agenda. I was sworn never to tell the Hokage, but hey. I can now, A small outpost on the border, disguised as a simple trade post between the 2 countries? Why put so much effort into it? Right now the Akatsuki and all its members just think it's what it is, a simple shitty trade route. No one would attack it. Maybe the occasional bandits. But the shinobi there aren't actually leaf ninja, they are just veteran Umbu disguised as simple slackers. It's the perfect cover-up. Shikamaru regained consciousness from a hard blow he received earlier on. Despite this, he had listened half-dazed. We need a plan. Asuma agreed. Shikamaru, you are the tactician here, go for it. I'm all out of ideas. Kakashi escaped, right, Anko? That means he would also know this facility, correct? That's right. Him and I were both positioned here for a week or so. Not many outposts are this far out from Konoha. So, we wait for Kakashi? Or the Akatsuki? Excuse me. I did not hear that right, did you say? Wait for the Akatsuki? It's crazy, I know, but think about it like I do. Shikamaru grasped the idea in his mind and unraveled it into a serious plan. Such was a trait of the Nara clan, brilliant tacticians. Tsunade smiled. Go ahead. Danzo, just sent Konoha's Hokage and top ninja to a secret Umbu outpost. If the Akatsuki wants to kill the murderers of Niji, they will come here looking for Tsunade or Danzo. We use the chaos and escape while the camp is in utter hysterics. Okay, great. How do we break free? That I'm not sure quite yet. Time is running out. I think it's almost nightfall. Not far behind the carriage a figure ran. Being an ex-Umbu member, he knew exactly the range of their sensory ninja, keeping him right on the edge of their awareness as he followed the carriage. He knew exactly where his was headed. He had spent weeks at the facility when he was still a newly accepted Umbu member many years ago. Despite his lack of chakra, he kept a steady pace. His shinobi vest felt more like a burden than uniform. After what had just happened, he was unsure if he would ever put it on again. Too much had happened today. Kakashi would wait until the time was right, then strike and free his friends. I just hope I'm not too late. My Kimi luckily sent me within the walls of the Leaf Village. I was also lucky enough to find those 2 foot. His earpiece buzzed. Kakashi-sensei, you read me, over. Yes, Sakura. I hear you loud and clear. Is Sasuke with you at the moment? We are both moving into place now outside the outpost. We are suppressing our chakra to avoid detection. Good work. I'm glad I found you too. This whole village became a mess ever since we returned from that retrieval mission. Had we not found you, they might already be locked away, Kakashi-sensei. We have a chance to set this all right. I don't think this can be fixed. The wheel of destruction is already turning. We are approaching the facility from the east. It was obvious. Naruto was the axle on which this all spun. Naruto yawned as he had up, the makeshift cloak blanket falling up as he awoke from his nap. Hinata lay next to him, still lightly snoring, her chest slowly rising and falls as she mumbled in her sleep. It was the cutest thing he had ever seen. He put his shirt back on and checked the time, almost 10 p.m. They had no choice but to wait for nightfall, and Naruto was already exhausted from the previous battle. No doubt Nagato had already returned from his errand. He hoped he would understand the importance of Naruto's and Hinata's mission here tonight, and wait patiently for them. Hinata! Babe, time to get up. He ran a finger along her cheek and brushed the hair from her eyes. She yawned in an even more white fashion and was then wide awake. What time is it? Almost 10. We gotta get going. We will be approaching it from the west. How long do you need? Give me a few minutes. Tell me the plan while I feel human again. Ha ha ha, as you wish. We go down to the outpost, kill them all, then hijack a merchant carriage and slip into Konoha unnoticed. Then we pay a few visits here and there. Sound good? She stretched her arms out wide and nodded. Sounds great, but do we make a full-on assault or kill everyone silently? If there are Umbu remaining from the assault, that will be near impossible. It's got to be force, no mercy. Never, they deserve none. Nisan's death will be avenged. Jiraiya's too. How are you, by the way? We both know true loss now, but how are you holding up? Like I said, when I was stuck in Kurama's chambers it felt like days. I've cried myself dry. How about yourself? It still hurts. But I'll make do. Tell me when it hurts. I'll be there, Hinata. I'm not going anywhere. You too, Mr. Uzumaki. It's a two-sided situation here. I want you to be Mrs. Uzumaki so badly. But not yet. Maybe I should talk to Conan about this. She is girly at times. They geared up, buttoning their long cloaks back up and strapping shrunken pouches to their legs for easy access. Hinata pulled a short wakizashi blade from her backpack. The sheath was pale lavender sheath, the Hyuga symbol in black ink. Naruto realized it was the last piece of memorabilia to her clan. Naruto would take note on this and try do something for her later. He rose to his feet, letting his cloak fall over him like a dark shadow, the red cloud piercing through the night like a beacon to Konoha's doom. Let's go, Hinata. Right. I'm ready. Come here. She moved to him and stepped into his embrace, his arms locking around her as he gently kissed her cheek and lips, so gently it tickled. She pressed her face hard against his chest and listened to the music of his heartbeat. He buried his head in her hair and took in the scent. If they were to die tonight, he would be happy to go out with the one he loved. She pushed back and grinned. Her fear melted away and gave way to burning determination. She was ready to avenge those who had fallen to the Konoha scum. She felt reborn and ready to fight. She drew her kunai and checked its sharpness. It would taste friendly blood for the first time. Naruto gestured towards a road sign in the distance which read Lotus Station, Food and Rest. Naruto nodded to himself. It had a name. They will call it the Lotus Massacre. Good, it has a nice ring. Hinata and Naruto merged into the tree-line and began their descent down the cliff towards Lotus Station. Each leap cleared a group of trees as they strode through the woods as if it were grass. Naruto scanned the land in front of him for scouts or sentries. It may be a trading post that was seldom attacked, but if the remaining Umbu forces were resting before the long trip back to Konoha, then there would be tighter security than usual. He landed on a tree and stopped. Hinata landed behind him. Realizing Naruto had found something, they both crouched down as if listening. Hinata realized there was a chakra presence nearby. She triangulated it until she found a lone sentry sitting upon a tree gazing out at the darkness. What do we do, Naruto? We will have to silently take him out. I'll do it. Hinata, are you sure you want to? Once you do this, there is no going back. I'm happy you are helping me. But as soon as you kill a Konoha member on patrol, you are a national criminal. I already killed Umbu ninja during the conflict in Orochimaru's hideout. Yes, but the roof came down, killing all the witnesses. Even if there are witnesses nearby who saw the fight, they need to report it to Tsunade, which is why we came to finish the job. They will know it's us once we start killing. I'm fine, stay here. Hinata leaped from the branch and landed in the brush, moving silently under its cover like a cat stalking prey. 1 minute the guard was smoking a cigarette and watching over the forest. The next minute his throat was spraying blood as he gurgled for air. Hinata stood behind him, her kunai bloodied and thirsty for more. The sentry dropped off the branch and hit the floor with a muffled thump of meat hitting solid ground. Hinata signaled for Naruto to follow. The two resumed their sneak towards Lotus Station, stopping to slaughter a few sentries on the way. Their kill count was at 7 already. There we are, the wall to the facility. I see. You ready, Naruto-kun? I'm ready, are you? She drew her wakizashi katana and spun it through the air and caught it perfectly on the handle, which was more than an affirmative answer. Kill them all, no quarter. No mercy. God, you're hot. Chapter 17, Onslaught. Hinata leaped from the branch and landed in the brush, moving silently under its cover like a cat stalking prey. 1 minute the guard was smoking a cigarette and watching over the forest. The next minute his throat was spraying blood as he gurgled for air. Hinata stood behind him, her kunai bloodied and thirsty for more. The sentry dropped off the branch and hit the floor with a muffled thump of meat hitting solid ground. Hinata signaled for Naruto to follow. The two resumed their sneak towards Lotus Station, stopping to slaughter a few sentries on the way. Their kill count was at 7 already. There we are, the wall to the facility. I see, are you ready, Naruto-kun? I'm ready, are you? She drew her wakizashi katana and spun it through the air and caught it perfectly on the handle, which was more than an affirmative answer. Kill them all, no quarter. No mercy. God, you're hot. They were only meters away from the large concrete wall before a piercing siren echoed overhead. The Umbu had noticed the chakra of their sentries diminish only to be replaced by a foreign, more powerful chakra presence. Naruto and Hinata were the target of every ninja in the complex. Hinata looked at Naruto and grinned. The two sprinted full speed towards the wall and ran up its 2-story height. When they reached the top, they leaped over and into the main courtyard, into the spotlight of 8 watchtowers. Umbu ninjas scrambled from tents and bunkers as the siren woke most of them in a daze. Naruto used this as a battlefield advantage. Naruto drew his kunai and leaped into the nearest crowd of dazed Umbu, slicing through them like paper bags of beef and blood. each strike untying the knotted chains holding back his rage. Each murderous splat of blood gave him increasing doses of fury-filled adrenaline, calling out to his greater power buried beneath Kurama. You want some of my power, eh? Take it, this will be amusing. I want to control my rage, don't plan on taking over. As you wish. As if waking up from a cozy dream, Naruto's vision sharpened and his senses felt as if fresh ice had been packed into every nerve and chakra stream. His eyes turned a dark red and his pupil heightened and grew wild. His canines grew intensity and almost protruded from his mouth like the fangs of a demonic fox. He grinned savagely and could not help laugh as he sprinted on all fours towards a group of charging Anbu. No longer acting like human, Naruto began his onslaught. Hinata, on the other hand, was precise and swift, cutting down her enemies with quick, agile swipes. Unlike Naruto, she was merely a Hyuga. The Anbu began to strike at her stronger now. It became harder for her to counter their moves without losing ground. She had no choice but to give in to hatred. She had come to accept its warm grip when Niji had been murdered, letting its talons grip around her and carry her to Madness Mountain, it seemed. She gritted her teeth, and with force no one would expect of a frail body like hers, she lunged forward and impaled two Anbu with one blade, their corpses becoming a dead kebab. She grinned in sadistic glee as her foes fell before her in fountains of blood and screams. A large group of Anbu charged from a nearby bunker. They were the lucky few who had time to adjust to the chaos and mayhem that had unfolded. They were armed with both kunai or sword, sharp and ready to pierce through any Hyuga or Jinchuriki. They surround the two, forcing Hinata and Naruto to go back to back with blades extended and teeth bared. The dynamic couple schemed their next move. What do we do, Naruto-kun? Give me your arms and sheath your sword, trust me. I do. And I love you. I love you too. Naruto gripped her arms as she sheathed her weapon. Naruto spun around fast, Hinata flying through the air, picking up speed with every circle Naruto spins. She could not help feel scared at what he had planned. His spinning increased until Hinata's could not depict directions and speeds. She was just a figure of constant movement. Naruto released his grip. Hinata sent flying off to the side over the vast crowds of Anbu. Eihei regained direction and saw she was heading for a large water tower. She focused her chakra and landed on its side with a thump. Realizing Naruto's plan, she pulled Shrunken from her pouch and aimed it at the thin support what held the 7-story tower upright. The supports cut and snapped, the tower slowly lurching towards the crowd of Anbu. It was too late. More than 50% were either crushed or flooded away by the vast amounts of water spilling from the large hole. Great plan. But seriously, babe, don't do that again. The sounds of slaughter and blades clashing woke up Tsunade and the others from exhausted days. They had been denied sleep ever since they were taken from Konoha. The guards had popped out for coffee, so the group decided to get sleep whenever they could. It was impossible, however, to sleep through the screeching cries of men being slaughtered only meters from their captivity. Tsunade tried at her handcuffs again and groaned. They were still tight. Asuma and Anko were already awake, listening intently. It's them. Ugh? Who? The Akatsuki. Naruto and Hinata? Hard to say. There is so much chakra signatures and blood, it is screwing up my senses. For all we know, it could just be bandits. You listen to the shit that is going on out there and tell me it's simple bandits. Point taken. The sound of a wrenching howl, that could not possibly be human, sounded ahead. The clash of blades and Shrunken became a metallic battle music that seemed to play on and on forever. Anko had her own idea on what was going on. She could faintly sense his chakra. She knew he would come for her. Their fate rested on his shoulders. Kakashi pressed up against the wall of the complex. The sound of fighting and screaming off in the distance of the complex, near the main courtyard. He knew the Akatsuki had come for the ex-Hokage. He could not sense, however, whether or not it was Naruto. There was too much conflict between chakra signatures to identify his chakra so easily. Kiba Inuzuka would be perfect for the job. Scents are easier to trace than chakra, at least when there is more than 100 participants in an all-out brawl. A light flickered on and off in a nearby bush. Sakura placed her mirror back in her pocket and moved along the wall to Kakashi's side, Sasuke following behind her. Looks like this will become a three-way conflict, Kakashi-sensei. Not if we keep our wits about us and our heads low. We are here to rescue Tsunade and the others. We can't afford to take on both Akatsuki and Umbu. Agreed. What is our course of action? No doubt we will have to eliminate Umbu members on the way, but we should be able to keep out of the main courtyard and the main battle taking place. Sasuke looked worried. It's the Akatsuki. They will be finished with the Umbu sooner than you think. We will have to hurry before they are all dead and we are the last targets left. For now we have the element of surprise. Umbu are too busy with the conflict at hand. Let's go! They climbed the wall and jumped into the shadows of a supply crate bundle, out of sight of the watchtower spotlights, which were still running despite the massive engagement taking place. It seemed they expected the Akatsuki to attack from multiple sides. Crouching as they ran, they crossed the opening to back entrance to the main supply hangar, which was the largest facility in the complex. Kakashi remembered how most of the buildings seemed small, but in reality they spanned stories downward via elevators and secret passages only used by Umbu. Their stealth did not hold for very long. We have been discovered, multiple Umbu signatures heading this way, from both sides of the hallway. Get ready. The two adjacent doors burst open as 4 Umbu members entered from each door. Their blades already drawn, any hopes of a peaceful negotiation melted away as they lunged towards the 3. Kakashi ducked as a blade echoed overhead, slicing off a few strands of hair. Sakura drove and fisted into the ground, sending a shock wave of concrete and debris rolling like a wave towards the charging Umbu. The floor gave way under them and sent them sprawling, only to meet the cool steel of Sasuke's katana, pinning them to the ground, their screams muffled by their ceramic masks. Stick around! An Umbu grabbed desperately for his alarm switch. If he pressed that button, every Umbu nearby would be alerted and would no doubt capture and kill them. Kakashi flipped up his headband and revealed his Sharingan, sending off a short burst of his Kamui, removing the hand of the fumbling Umbu. With his chakra nearing depletion, he sliced the man's chest from belly to collarbone, and sheathed his kunai, letting the hallway grow silent with each exhausted breath he let out. Is that all of them? Yes. We are clear, now let's go find Tsunade and the other quickly. I had to use my Kamui so suddenly, I'm a bit exhausted. Stay close to us, Kakashi-sensei. I feel their chakra nearby. They moved along the narrow passageways as their surroundings slowly became that of a maximum security prison. Sakura could feel the conflicting chakra above. The Akatsuki were still fighting the remaining Umbu. It would be a matter of minutes before the Akatsuki sensed their chakra and seek them out. Tsunade's chakra grew stronger with every step, until her chakra was almost pressing against her own. In here! The fighting was easy and entertaining to the two. These Umbu were either rookies with weak abilities or they were veterans who were exhausted and injured from the previous day's raid on Orochimaru's hideout. They fell like dominoes against Naruto's savage attacks and Hinata's swift slices and stabs. Each minute that passed in what seemed like an eternal fight, more and more Umbu stacked the ground in what looked like a red lake. A mere 10 men remained, their morale broken along with their bones and willpower. They dropped their weapons and fled to the hills. But Hinata would not allow them the luxury of escaping their fate. Niji had no escape, why should you? She sunk a shrunken into each of their heads as they turned tail and fled, each Umbu dropping out cold like a bag of bleeding meat. Naruto felt sick at the slaughter he had dealt out, his mind gaining more and more control as the Kyuubi sneaked back into its chambers. He did not feel sorry, however. They all deserved every bit of their pain and suffering. Hinata came to his side and leaned on him, gaining comfort knowing the main fight was over. Naruto stood rigid, however, not moving a muscle, as if reading something. Hinata was confused and mistook it for shock or meditation. We did good, Naruto-kun. You are really good at fighting. I felt proud to fight alongside you. Naruto? What is the matter? It's okay if you feel sick or saddened, but you have to remember that they brought it upon themselves. No? Naruto's eyes widened, his fist tightened and Hinata recoiled. He turned to her and grinned savagely as if he had become a cartoon clown, hell-bent on the destruction of his child audience. His eyes danced like flames and his teeth remained at points. Hinata was worried the Kyuubi still had hold of him. but his eyes remained round and docile as usual. He began to tremble as if enthralled in ecliptic fits. Hinata then realized it was laughter. He threw back his head and laughed aloud, his laughter sounding more maniac than humorous. Ha 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 ha! Don't you feel it, Hinata? Feel what? He's here! He's here, ah ha ha ha! Sasuke and Sakura. All here, ah ha 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 ha! Hinata concentrated, clearing her mind of stress, opening it to the presence of others. He was right, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Tsunade and many others were below their very feet, moving towards one another. She looked back up at Naruto, who was trembling with excitement, his teeth bared. He was enjoying these results. What do we do? Pretend we have not sensed them. Wait for them to surface, then we kill them. Kill them all? If you like, personally I want Sasuke dead. The others will die if they try stop us. Hinata thought to herself. Sakura. All this was your fault. Naruto's depression, Niji's death and the destruction of our friendships. If anyone deserves to get hurt, it is a bitch like you. What will you do, Hinata? Sakura. I have something personal with her also. Are you sure, Hinata? Is that truly what you want to do? Don't interfere with my fight with Sakura, and I won't interfere with your fight with Sasuke. Naruto embraced Hinata, wiping the blood off her face and replacing it with his walk kisses. Sounds like a plan. In here! Tsunade and the other looked up as the door swung open with a brisk kick of Sasuke's boot. They all stood to their feet and smiled as Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi entered to secure them and disable their chakra binders. Anko launched herself into Kakashi's arm. Aiming straight for the mouth, she threw herself at him, tongue first around his. She wept lightly, almost fearing her own death had he not come, his hand massaging the belly. She pulled him close to shield their conversation. We knew you would come. Sakumo and I. It's barely been a month and you already know you are pregnant, and it's a boy. A mother always knows, Kakashi. Okay. I guess. She pulled him closer, her lips pressing delicately against his ear. And if I'm not pregnant now, you and I can make sure I do. Hee hee. Kakashi blushed deep. Later, hee hee hee. Everyone was untied and freed from their restraints. The complete group stood as Tsunade gathered her thoughts and devised a plan. She turned to the three and smiled, pulling Sakura into a large-breasted embrace. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would be locked up here until execution. Danzo has fully taken control of Konoha. No doubt right now he is feeding the daimyo and the elders bucket loads of bullshit lies. We have other issues. Akatsuki members are above. I know. It's Naruto and Hinata. Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke gasped, their eyes wide with fear. What? Yes, I know. There were at least 100 Umbu positioned here. They are all dead now. There is no stopping Naruto from getting to us. What do we do? Do we fight him or do we evade him? He seems to have embraced the Kyuubi's power. I can still sense portions of the Nine Tails chakra from here. He is dangerous. I don't think we can take him. We are all weak from the chakra deprivation these bindings caused. Kakashi seems exhausted and you two seem a bit tired also. But surely we have enough. It's no longer about quantities now. Hinata is also a master at taijutsu and hold the Byakugan. Together they are a formidable foe. Sasuke pitched in. He wants me. We have no choice, Tsunade. We have to encounter him to escape. He won't simply let us leave without saying goodbye. Then let's talk him out of this. Surely we can reason him. Tell him the truth about Danzo. He might strike first, ask questions later. He is consumed with hatred, Hinata also. Then we trick him. We can make an evasive move when he is off guard and catch him. We need a decoy. Sasuke nodded. I'll fight him. Keep him occupied, then I'll escape. Sasuke. He will try to kill you. If this is to work, he will have to, otherwise his attention will be elsewhere. Naruto's grin faltered. They were approaching. He turned to Hinata and nodded. She felt them grow closer also. The courtyard was stained red and looked like an ocean, with corpses and body parts as islands and countries. The hangar door opened. Naruto drew his kunai and rose from his seat, Hinata at his side doing the same. The group entered from the stairway and gasped at the bloody carnage that lay before them. Shikamaru bent over and vomited. It was not a simple pile of dead Ambu. It was true desecration that would make Jashin cry happily. Like what I've done with the place. Agony Swanda. Naruto, you have truly fallen to the depths of despair, haven't you? It pains me to see you so. Ha 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 ha, it pains you. Oh, that is too rich. Did it pain you to know I lay in my own blood and shit for 3 days, paralyzed and calling for help, only to find the echoing forest that would have become my grave? We looked everywhere, Naruto. Danzo of Ambu did. I don't want to hear your bullshit. I came here to kill all the Ambu swine who murdered Jiraiya and Neji. Jiraiya dead. That's right. He gave his life fending off the Ambu raiding parties. He brought down the roof and crushed himself with 30 others. Jashin rest his soul. Naruto. I'm sorry. For all the despair that has happened to you, for all the sadness and disaster that has swallowed you. The Akatsuki are terrible people, please join our side again. The Akatsuki. Saved my goddamned life, you bitch. Where were you? Where? Naruto. Where were you when Niji's throat was slit? Hinata winced at the memory, her glare strong despite. That's enough, Naruto. The courtyard grew silent as if an axe fell down on the commotion. Naruto turned to see the very face he despised most, Sasuke Uchiha. His rage flared and his teeth bared. His eyes grew wild as he let the Kyuubi take a few steps forward, his body beginning to glow as a lone tail sprout from his backside as his body enveloped in the orange glow of the fox's cloak. Sasuke stepped backward as he gazed upon the same horror that he had witnessed during their fight in the final valley. It seemed Naruto had full control of this, however. It began to rain slightly, the rain steaming and sizzling off his solid chakra. Sasuke! How pleasant of you to join us. Great to see your friends with everyone again. His voice growing deeper as the Kyuubi influenced his words, turning his speech into guttural growls and snarls as his hatred seeped out. Naruto. I am sorry. I attacked you that night hoping to achieve the Mangeyeko Sharingan. I failed and hurt my best friend. After all this, you think you can just shake it off, apologies, and pretend I am okay with it? No. Sasuke, you showed me how ignorant my fellow ninja were. You were the first domino in a row of hatred. I hate you most of all. Then I have no choice but to fight you. Everyone leave. Get out of here while you can. Sakura stood forward. I'm not leaving, Sasuke. You must. Well, I'm not. Deal with it. The group fled off to the woods, leaving Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, and Sakura. Hinata glared at Sakura. Such devotion to you, man, makes me wonder why Naruto never received such kindness from a bitch like you. Hinata. You and I are going to have a little talk. Girl to girl. Hinata lunged at Sakura, kicking her through the doors of a nearby hangar. Hinata went after her as the two began their fight in the hangar while Naruto and Sasuke began theirs. Sasuke looked worried for Sakura, but turned to Naruto fearless and ready. I won't hold back, Naruto. Neither will Sakura. Hinata has a reason to fight, as do I. That is to burn the Leaf Village to the ground. Sakura lay on the ground, her nose bleeding slightly as she had collided with the hard hangar floor. The room was an empty space, filled mostly with empty boxes and crates around the outside. Hinata stepped through the rugged holes she had kicked Sakura through and laughed lightly. Walking with a bit of spunk, Hinata was certainly a changed woman. Get up! Someone as pathetic as you must have some standards. Hinata, why leave Konoha and join the Akatsuki? At first I did not want to. Naruto was walking the path of hatred and I did not want to go that route. Then why now? Because I watched Neji have his throat cut by a Konoha Ambu agent. Because Konoha left Naruto to die like a pig in shit. Because you were a little whore and played with his love like shitty food at dinner. I loved Naruto. Bullshit, you toyed with him, you always have, for God's sakes. I don't know what. Shut up, every goddamn day it was the same for you. Oh Sasuke, please come home, please Sasuke, What a load of garbage! Naruto loved you and all you did was toy with him like one of Kankuro's puppets, bending him to your favor. And I had nothing to do but watch. Sakura rose to her feet and raised her fists, taking a left swing at Hinata, who dodged it with simple ease, then bringing her palm against Sakura's arm and blocking her chakra flow to that arm, stopping her attack and causing her severe pain along her arm, which was now near useless. Don't you get it, Sakura? I hated you ever since he joined your squad. Having to watch you toy with him every day hurt me almost as much as it hurt him. Well, not anymore, you bitch. I'm there for him now and we both love each other, more than you ever could. Last time I remembered, Naruto barely knew you existed. You were nothing but his shadow. How can you love man who is hell-bent on killing your friends? You people are no longer my friends. Hinata lunged, her fist clenched and a venomous glare aimed at Sakura. Sakura ducked and rolled to the side as Hinata activated her Byakugan. Her eyes gray pale white and chakra veins bulged around her sockets. Their fight became a blur of rapid taijutsu. Sakura could barely keep up with the ferocity of the Hyuga heiress. Sakura was forced against a wall. She ran up its surface and took surface on the rafters above. Hinata leaped upwards and joined her. Dodging punch after punch, Sakura was forced to use her brute strength. Punching the rafter under Hinata's feet, it snapped, sending Hinata falling down to the floor. She collided with the ground hard. Sakura was flying down towards her, fist extended. Oh no, you don't, bitch! Hinata grabbed at Sakura's arm as it came down, twisting it to the side and sending Sakura sprawling sideways into a stack of crates. Her body crushed and shattered the crates and sent splinters raining. Sakura flipped back up to her feet, stumbling over as she realized she was hit. A piece of wood the size of a kunai wedged deep in her stomach. Thankfully it missed vital organs, but at any rate she might bleed out. She immediately placed her hand on the splinter and ripped it out with a scream. She covered the wound with her hand and began using medical ninjutsu. She would stop the bleeding, but it would cost her the use of both arms in combat. She would have to fight one-handed. Hinata let loose a barrage of shuriken. They peppered the air. Sakura slammed her foot down on the concrete, sending a large slab of concrete up, and using it as a shield, she kicked the large slab at Hinata, its surface spiky like a hedgehog's back. Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke, the debris colliding with a substituted log. The room grew silent. Sakura searched the room for movement or sound. Hinata was very good at shielding her chakra, being a sensory ninja and all. The faint metallic sound of a blade leaving its sheath is what saved Sakura from receiving 15 inches of red steel through her head as Hinata leaped down from the rafters, her katana drawn. Sakura used the slip second to kick Hinata into a nearby wooden support, her body growing limp as it slammed into the hard surface. Hinata rose and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not going down so easily, Sakura. Unlike you, I'm not useless. Naruto sliced his kunai along Sasuke's chest, Sasuke stepping back at the last moment, letting the blade slice through his tunic and scratch his chest. Their fight was silent and furious, their attacks evenly matched and their defenses even more so. Sasuke's katana grind against Naruto's kunai like opposite turning gears, eventually snapping out of place and sending them both sprawling backwards, only to charge at each other again, their abilities charging simultaneously. Rasengan! Chidori! Their collision sparked an explosion of pure purple luminescence that blew away concrete and steel as if it were paper. It was the result of two unstoppable forces colliding. Naruto and Sasuke were pushed back by the eruption. Naruto sent crashing into another water tower, crushing its thin metal on impact. Sasuke went sprawling into a tin supply shed, also crushing it like mere paper. Give up, Naruto! It sounds like even Hinata is at her limit. Hinata is stronger than you think. I love her, and she will be fine. Sakura, on the other hand, is only medical ninja. How long can she last? I would be worried if I were you, Sasuke. She may not live to be your bride. Look. I fucked up, okay? I have been living a life of hell ever since you were presumed dead. Your anger is mislead. You're my best friend, Naruto. Please quit your path of hatred like I did. I came to realize, Sasuke. One of us has to be the villain. You're right, Naruto. I'm sorry. What? You agree with me then? Yes. I've been a fool thinking I can join the village again. Please help me. You would forsake the village like I did? The village is corrupt, Naruto. Come here. I can't fight you anymore. Killing you would be killing a part of myself. Naruto slowly approached Sasuke, his blade returning to his sheath. His hand stayed close to his blade, however. He did not fully trust Sasuke's actions until Sasuke threw down his katana and stepped towards Naruto, sorrow deep in his eyes, which had become normal pupils again. Naruto did not know what to expect. His enemy had thrown down his weapon and declared a truce, possibly a treaty. Sasuke placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and pulled him fast into a hugging embrace. Naruto was stiff and uncomfortable, but then he softened and accepted the hug. Hinata and Sakura stopping their fight and gazing at the two in shock, walking outside as if the two had never been fighting. Sasuke, I'm sorry. I know you did it for power, to avenge your family. You must realize, Naruto. I must do whatever I can to protect my loved ones. Sakura is my family now. Sasuke placed his fist on Naruto's chest, as if feeling for a heartbeat. Naruto sighed in relief as weeks of conflict would come to an end. Now his best friend would join his side and together they could both avenge. Which is why I can't let dangerous men like you live. Forgive me. What? Chidori! It all happened so quick. Hinata and Sakura had been in a tight hand-to-hand brawl before turning their heads to see the spectacle outside. Sasuke and Naruto were embraced and hugging. Their anger and conflict ceased. The two of them walked out of the destroyed hangar and gazed at their boyfriends. Sasuke was whispering something into Naruto's ear. Hinata felt uneasy. It was too soon for apologies and peace. Something was not right. She heard Sasuke's confession and eased up a bit. By the look on Sakura's face, it was a surprise to her also. Hinata imagined a future where they could all be happy and cease to fight. She faintly smiled at the image of Naruto and her by the altar, declaring their vows and sealing their love eternally. It was then, Sasuke's fist glowed bright blue and sparked. His fist tore through Naruto's chest, ripping through his chest like a superheated ingot through a block of cheese. Naruto did not blink, make a sound or flinch. He just stared down at Sasuke as a lone tear trickled down his cheek. Sasuke was bone white, his own eyes watering and his lips puckering as Naruto leaned closer to him, his arm drenched in the blood of his best friend. Naruto placed his blood-flooding lips to Sasuke's ear and whispered. Sasuke lowered his arm and bit his own lip. Blood trickling formed the cut his teeth made. The whole world grew silent as if the ever-ticking pendulum of time was severed. The skies grew black and white. The only color in the world was the flowing red puddle that spread to great Hinata and Sakura. Hinata's could only hear the steady thump of a heart, but she knew it was not Naruto's. He would be dead before his body hit the ground. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump. Naruto began to slowly slide off Sasuke's arm. Sasuke pulled his arm free and fell back, landing on his ass. He only stared up, crying and staring at the ruin of Naruto. Naruto tried to take a step forward but was paralyzed by shock and blood loss. The hole in his chest was no bigger than a teacup saucer, solid and clean through his chest. Through the hole Sasuke could see Hinata, who had turned whiter than Sasuke himself. Naruto slowly leaned back as if about to scream, but it never came. His back hit the bloody concrete with a deafening splat. Hinata just stood there, motionless. Naruto! Sakura ran to Sasuke. Sasuke! Her face streaming tears. Forgive me, Naruto, forgive me. Sasuke shook off tears and led Sakura away. No, Sasuke! I can heal him. We can save him. Save him. He's dead, Sakura, he's gone. I stopped him for good. No. No, why? Why did you do this? For our future. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and ran. She thrashed around in his grasp. He leaped the wall and looked over his shoulder. Hinata began to slowly move towards Naruto's blood. Naruto still had a minute left of blood. His own tears joined that of Sakura's. The Uchiha fled with the screaming Haruno, their future changed forever, their fate sealed. Hinata's world was a shattering vase of emotion and surprise. Naruto! And no! Naruto! Naruto! Her paralysis broke as she ran to his side, the ragged in his chest filling up with blood as if it were a cup of red wine. She shook him awake. Each second was a challenge to stay awake. His skin was pale blue, his eyes glassy. He lifted a trembling hand and caressed her cheek. She placed her hands over the ragged hole and tried to hold the blood in with medical ninjutsu she had learned off Sakura and Ino years back. The blood only pooled and spilled through her fingers. Like sand through an hourglass, Naruto's time had run out. Naruto, please. Hold on. Hold on for me. Hinata. I'm cold. His face trying desperately to see hers, before all was blank. It's cold outside, Naruto. Don't worry, you will be fine. Fine, okay. No. I'm done, sorry I had not. And, noticed you sooner. His words choked up as he retched out the last of his blood. Naruto. Her voice becoming a squeak of its once former proud self. Love you, always. His words trailed off as he lost consciousness for good. Hinata screamed, slamming her fist into his chest. She clasped her hands together and tried to cup the blood from the ground and pour it back into Naruto. It was a useless, pathetic attempt, but she was in utter chaotic shock. She tried pushing the blood back in, but the blood would run through her fingers and cover her cloak, which was now drenched, her whole cloak blending in with the red cloud she now adorned. She was in hysterical fits now, her tears running fast and hard as she feebly tried to bring back her dead fiancé. Naruto! Fucking oh! Slamming her fists against her head. She cradled his head in her lap and tried to resuscitate him, closing his nose and blowing into his mouth. Her face was smeared with his blood, nothing changed. She fell to her knees, her cloak covered with his blood as it pooled out. She raised her head back and screamed at the sky, cursing Kami for destroying her future. Falling to her back, she slammed her hands down on the concrete, blood splashing upwards as each fist struck bloody pools. Nah, Naruto, why, he just fell in love, he... Her voice trailed off into manic howls of sorrow. She tore at her cloak and her hair as violent fits shook her. Her sanity ceased and she fell into darkness. Rain began to fall harder, tuning the red murky water lighter as both Naruto's blood and Hinata's sanity washed away. Thump 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 thump. I was going to become Mrs. Uzumaki. Why God, why must you torment me? You asshole! I curse you. I curse you all! I will kill every last fucking Konoha ninja in this world. Her heart broke that moment. Chapter 18, Mangeyeko Tears. Sasuke leaped from tree branch to tree branch. The slow rises and fall of his movements were the only thing taking his mind off what had just happened moments before. It did not work. Sakura was limp in his arms. It was obvious she was deep in thought also. She looked up at him and saw what devastation it had caused him. His eyes were streaming with tears, and his mouth shook, trying to hold back the screams he so desperately wanted to release. She knew he did it for her safety. She wanted him to know. Sasuke, why? Her voice croaky from crying. I'm sorry. It was the only way for us to be free, the only way we could escape him and live a happy future. Sasuke, I don't know if I can live a happier future. We could have just knocked him out. Worst comes to worst, taking off a limb. Sakura. Please, just don't talk to me right now. We have both done enough, for the damned village's sake. I've damned my own soul. Vivid images of Naruto's torn chest ruptured through his mind. His eyes burned, but not from the tears. He fell to his knees and screamed. Tearing at his face, he curled into a ball. This was not sadness or depression. This was the curse of the Uchiha. Sakura ran to his side and pulled his hands away from his eyes, which were now changing. His pupils had turned red like a Sharingan, but were slowly forming a six-pointed star. Sasuke screamed in agony, feeling the power of his ancestors growing inside him. Sasuke, what's wrong? My eyes! He closed his eyes and remained quiet for a good minute, as if losing consciousness, or dying. Sakura was worried. Sasuke became still and calm. He then rose to his knees and opened his eyes, as if nothing had happened. The world looked sharper through his new eyes, his Mangeyeko Sharingan eyes. Only acquired by killing someone close to you, someone you love. What he had failed to retrieve months before, rushed to him as a curse, forever reminding him what he had done. Your eyes, Sasuke, what's wrong with them? I have awakened my Mangeyeko Sharingan. Because I killed him, this is what I had always wanted, but now, I don't want this power. Sasuke punched at the tree, breaking through its wooden surface like rice paper. The power he had sought after for years left a bad taste in his mouth. He no longer wanted this curse if it meant killing his friend. He had killed Naruto to protect the village and Sakura. But that did not mean he deserved to be rewarded for his actions. He would rather climb under a rock and die than gain unimaginable power from such a heartless act. He stared at the bloody bark with an empty stare, his knuckles cracked and bloody. Sakura was disgusted at how brutal Naruto was killed, but she still loved Sasuke. Their relationship, however, would never be the same. Despite this, she placed her hand on Sasuke's shoulder and calmed him down with her soft voice. Sasuke, let's get going. Tsunade and the others will be up ahead. Why, yes. She worried for his mentality. Had he done a service to the village? Or had he awakened a bloody thirsty giant with the clan name of Hyuga? The sky became a dark orange as the sun slowly made its rise above the valley, turning the dark leaves into a blood-red orchard, reflecting the disturbing scene below. Hinata had been frozen in place for the last 2 hours, unable to move herself from his side. She knelt in the bloody concrete, Naruto's head resting on her lap, staring up at a sky that he would never actually see again. She just stared at the hole Sasuke had carved into him, not moving, not appearing to breathe or cry, only tears and silence fell. Just a solid statue of unstable emotion, ready to crack again at a moment's notice. Her mind repeating the same words over and over like a broken record. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. She was so certain they would get married, so certain she would become Mrs. Uzumaki and raise his children and live a life beyond bliss and happiness with the man she loved. It had all crumbled away like gravel off a cliff face. The courtyard was a lake of blood, black ops littered the floor like autumn leaves. The battle had only lasted an hour. Hinata barely noticed the time. Each second was a constant conflict. Not that it was over, every minute felt like an hour. The sounds splattering footsteps grew louder in the distance. She did not care who it was. I found you, you bitch. A staggering Umbu ninja came into view. She did not look at him, however, her body still in shock. The rugged man was missing an arm. The bloody stump had been crudely cauterized with a heated metal spatula and wrapped in bandages that had already been soaked through with crusted blood. The man's mask was cracked down the middle and bloody mucus had been coughed through the mouthpiece. He looked like a demon from hell more than a Konoha elite ninja. In his remaining hand he carried a bloody kunai, stumbling towards her. It was clear he wanted nothing more than to bring its edge across her throat. You really caused a fucking riot here, didn't you? Don't worry, you will join your little lover soon enough. The Umbu was only a meter away, his kunai raising up for the killing blow. Hinata only awaited the blade to come down. Her world had ended when Naruto took his last breath hours before. The reality she once lived in was torn down and burned to cinders. She just wanted her life to end, so she could join Naruto in the afterlife or start over again if they were reincarnated, depending on a ninja's beliefs. After what God had done, she thought herself an atheist. His shadow loomed over her. She could hear his harsh, ragged breathing. His arm reached its highest point, the kunai face downward like impending lightning about to strike. In the last few moments before her impending death she cried, "Hold on, Naruto-kun! I'm coming!" The blade never made it past her head, it never came down. Silence held its dominance over the world. Hinata finally broke her stature, turning her head. The Umbu member was adding his own blood to the pool below, whether he liked it or not. 3 red blades were protruding from his chest. The blades were slightly curved as if they were the blades of a scythe? The Umbu ninja spat blood and gurgled for air, his lungs torn apart by 2 of the large blades. The third protruded from his forehead. He fell back with a loud smack. Hinata's eyes were raw with tears, but that did not stop her from noticing the red cloud adorned on her savior's cloak. She tried to remember the name of this man. She had forgotten the names of everyone apart from Naruto. Who was he? The man placed his boot on the corpse and pulled free his three-bladed scythe and wiped the blood clean. With an amused expression, he licked the droplets of blood from his palm. She could never mistake that bloodlust. It was Haiden. This place is a fucking mess. I'm sorta bummed that I missed out on it all. Wait, is that Naruto? Oh fuck me sideways, what happened? Konoha. Those assholes really know how to ruin my week. Did Nagato send you? Because we failed, it was all going fine until this. Her face streamed with tears. You haven't heard the news, have you? The Akatsuki have split up. Nagato and Madara Uchiha had an argument, and now we are divided. I'm not exactly on your side, you know. Madara Uchiha? Ugh, long fucking story, never mind. So you are here to kill me then? Go ahead, I don't want to live in this fucking world anymore. Look, Naruto was a good guy. I hear you two are in love and all that shit. I owed him a favor. He helped me out days ago with a little ceremony, haha. Consider us even now. I'll pretend we never met. Next time we meet I'll have to kill you though. Please just kill me. Naruto is dead and there is nothing left for me. Normally I'm not one to give a fuck about this kind of sappy shit, but don't give up. There are still assholes out there to kill. I'll help you carry Naruto back to Nagato and the others. It's the least I can do for a little asshole who knows how to party. Oh, okay. He stretched out his hand. Take my hand, we better get going before those Konoha fucktards show up. Sadly, I'm itching for a fight. She took his hand. It reminded her of a song she had once heard in the Jounin break room. Come on baby, don't fear the reaper. Baby, take my hand. She smiled at the thought. Although like the world itself right now, it felt fake. Haiden led her through the courtyard and into the clean forest, free of blood and terrible memories. They made their way towards Orochimaru's hideout, hoping to get there before morning, to share the bad news. The world was dark, a blank canvas of silence and emptiness. Every few seconds the silence would die off as a lone droplet collided with the black water. The room was large like it always was, but its walls were crumbling and the ceiling was cracked. Water dripped from the ceiling like rain, or was it blood instead? The bars of the room were rusted and falling to pieces. As if they had been corroded for 100 years, the room bit by bit was falling to darkness. Like many great castles and monuments that predated Konoha's existence, this room began to age and die like withered roots. What once was the sanctum of the Kyuubi had now become the husk of Naruto's existence. The Kyuubi was shriveled and old, as if he himself had lived 100 of years longer than possible. The only thing that remained youthful in the room was the ruptured and broken body of Naruto Uzumaki. I did it again, such naive hope, such idiocy. This is your end, Naruto. Your future torn out by your putrid hope in your friend. I trusted him. Until the very end I had believed his lies. You were arrogant, believing there could be peace between you, stupid child. I fucked up, I let him reel me in like fish to the slaughter. I ruined it all. Naruto vomited up a pool of black blood onto the floor, joining the already darkening water. His stomach seal was open as well, leaking out the black fluid, as if his death was slowly setting the Kyuubi free. Now you face your death, alone and filled with shame. I had higher hopes for you, boy. We were going to do so much together. The power would have been immaculate, but you blew it all away. I thought we could be friends. Me and Hinata with Sasuke and Sakura, like the good old days. Look where that trust has led you now, foolish. The Kyuubi struck a withered claw at the iron bars, snapping one like a toothpick and sending it spiraling into the darkness with ease. Kurama was not very pleased to be evicted from his host's body. Just as things became interesting, he had to die and be reincarnated somewhere in this wretched world. If only I had realized, why did I believe him? Because you are a human, weak in body and emotion. To gain true power you must detach yourself from your friends. But what does it matter now? What are you going to do, Kurama? I'll leave this body and be reincarnated somewhere else. It won't be as fun without you, Naruto. Maybe I'll pay Konoha a visit on your behalf. Do what you will. I'm already dead. If you were revived, what would you do? Cherish every moment with Hinata. Surely that is not all. I will slaughter everyone one in Konoha. The old. The young. My friends and teachers, they will all know suffering. Ha 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 ha, much better. Your chakra is currently attached to mine, that is why you are still here in thought. You have 6 hours before our chakra runs out and your consciousness fades completely. I don't believe in miracles, Naruto. But Nagato holds the Rinnegan, the same eyes that separated me and the other Bijou from the Jubi eons ago. There may be hope yet. For Konoha's sake, they'd better pray I don't return. The group took shelter in an abandoned farmhouse as the rain grew harder. They kept the door open to keep an eye out for Sakura and Sasuke, who would return from Lotus facility, hopefully without issue or injury. The farmhouse was one of many that were abandoned during the Great Shinobi War. Tsunade had cleared out many buildings like this herself during those times. She had also killed many people inside homes like these. She pulled a chair out from the table and sat down, cupping her hands over her face and sighing. They were home free, but were locked out of their own village and considered criminals. Enko gritted her teeth. I wonder what bullshit Danzo has fed them all. I doubt they will believe it, but without proof they have no choice but to comply. Tsunade nodded. True, I'm just going to come out and say it. I don't know what we do. We have no HQ, allies and equipment to even form a counterattack. I'm trying to think of an abandoned facility we can take as our own. Konoha always had large fortress outposts in case of future wars. Most were left unmanned and only used during war times, most of which are now used as bandit strongholds or civilian settlements. Good thinking. If I remember correctly, there's an outpost on the border of the Land of Iron, used for fast deploying forces during crisis times. We are on neutral ground with the Iron Samurai. Maybe we can convince them of our innocence. Kakashi nodded. If we are lucky, Mifune will still be their leader. He owes me a favor. You know the samurai warlord? When I was in the Foundation, I was assigned a diplomatic position discussing trade plans with the Land of Iron. Mifune was just an ambassador then. Spies from the Hidden Stone village had poisoned his drink in an attempt to spark a war between the two nations, but I had stopped him from drinking it just in time, saving his life. That favor could come in handy. Shikamaru was intensely staring out at the horizon, thinking to himself more than enjoying the view. Asuma noticed his distress and patted him on the shoulder. Shikamaru turned to the others with a depressed expression. So that was Naruto, huh? What has happened to this world? Such a ninja like him falling to hatred and despair means no one is safe. He sees no light in Konoha anymore, Shikamaru. He is your enemy now. And Hinata too. Do we kill her too? How about we just start killing all our friends? They are both dangerous. We are still waiting for Sasuke and Sakura to return, for God's sakes. Did you not see the slaughtered Umbu? It's just all too surreal. Asuma nodded. Welcome to war, Shikamaru. Your father and I hoped you would never be involved in one. I'm afraid you are in the thick of it now. They all turned towards the door as two familiar chakra types came into sensory range. Sakura and Sasuke were in one piece, and mentality, however, is something that cannot be sensed. Sasuke was clutching his head, as if his eyes were in pain. They both were pale and seemed to move with a lifeless grace that only reflected their sorrowful depression. Tsunade and the other ran out the door to greet them. The decoy was a success, but they had no idea what cost it had come at. Sakura! Sasuke! What happened? Tsunade began to heal the wound in Sakura's stomach, which was still bleeding slightly. Take us inside, I need to rest. What happened, Sakura? Kakashi walked past the group. Sasuke, what happened? Sasuke had walked away from the group, limping out towards the fields. Kakashi followed after him, while everyone carried Sakura inside. Sasuke stopped at the brick fence and leaned on it for support. His head was dizzy and heavy with confusion and grief. Kakashi caught up with him, noticing Sasuke's attempt to shield his eyes from Kakashi's view. It soon became all too clear. Sasuke, look at me. Why? So I can see what happened. Sasuke nodded and slowly turned around. He slowly opened his eyes and revealed the six-pointed star that was his Mangeyeko Sharingan, different in appearance to Kakashi's Sharingan, but both shared the same power nonetheless. Sasuke shivered all over. The Sharingan was taking a toll on his chakra. Sasuke, why, you killed Naruto, didn't you? Yes, I used your technique, sensei. Sasuke began to tear up again. His will breaking, he dropped to his knees and began to beat his chest. Kakashi picked him up in an embrace. Sasuke cried into the shoulder of his sensei, who knew the pain all too well. Kakashi calmly whispered, "That's how my Mangeyeko Sharingan awoke. I killed my best friend long ago, because I had to, for the village. You too? Give your eyes a few hours, they will return back to normal. The Mangeyeko Sharingan is at its worst when it's first activated." I don't want it. I don't want it, Kakashi. Neither did I, Sasuke, neither did I. Sasuke and Kakashi remained that way for a long period, both discussing their next move against Danzo, avoiding the subject of Naruto's death. Inside the farmhouse, however, was a different story. Sakura lay on the table as Tsunade applied healing to the wound. Anko gripped her hand in support. Tears rolled down Sakura's face, but it was not because of the physical pain of the procedure. It was the emotional pain that she would have to share with everyone. Asuma and Shikamaru were leaning against the wall in the corner, not knowing what to say. Sakura began to explain what had happened. He's dead. Sasuke finished him with a Chidori, went through his heart. Hinata, she was so pale and still. It's okay, Sakura, this would have happened eventually. He walked the path of revenge after all. It could have been avoided, Tsunade. He went too far, we both went too far. Can he still be trusted? I don't exactly know anymore. We don't exactly have a choice, we are all in this now. Whether we like it or not. The grand hall was quiet. Deidara and Sasori were unpacking their belongings in the next room. Orochimaru's damaged hideout would suffice for a few more days before Konoha plans another raid. Nagato, Konan, Orochimaru and Itachi sat at the table, running over the possible places Naruto and Hinata could have gone. They had left no message telling them, which worried Nagato even more. Naruto had only just recovered from Jiraiya's death during the previous raid. Naruto leaving was unexpected. He was worried harm had come to Naruto, the last family member he had. Konan snapped her fingers. Did he go after the surviving Umbu? That seems likely. After the emotional breakdown Jiraiya's death caused him, the thing he would want the most would be revenge. Shall we go after them? Nagato and Itachi nodded their head in unison. They are already back. No, just Hinata. No, Itachi, I sense Naruto's chakra too, but it's faint. Nagato's eyes widened and his lips began to tremble. Fear struck deep into his soul. Orochimaru! Prepare a medical bay now! Why? What is the issue? Just do it, god damn it! Naruto is dying. No. He's dead. I'll go out to meet up with Hinata right away. Konan catches Nagato as he stumbled off his chair, his face wrecked with sorrow and unsure clarity. Nagato was witnessing his nephew's death without seeing it firsthand. He scanned Naruto's body with his mind, detecting the large piece of him missing. He had no choice but to use a jutsu only used by the Sage of the Six Paths. I have no choice, I must use Geto Art Renary Birth. Nagato, calm down, he will be fine. I can't lose him, Konan, Naruto, and you are the only things that keep me alive in this world. You're sweet, always caring for others. That's why I fell in love with you. You have the power to bring him back. Haiden had placed Naruto in her arms and bid her farewell. He had remained outside Itachi and Nagato's sensory range long enough to bid his farewells and slip away without detection. They were now even, no more favors. Naruto felt heavy in her arms. Was she weak? Or is it the weight of her grief that slowed her down? Probably both. She limped her way towards the hideout's entrance in the hidden cave that had fooled her so easily when she first visited. Naruto was limp in her arms, like an oversized doll, so lifeless and beautiful, what she would give to see those eyes open once more. She felt someone approach from the cave. She realized she was defenseless. Hinata! Itachi-san? No need for titles, kid. Let's get him inside quickly. Itachi led her through the dark hallways like it was the back of his hand. His Sharingan was perfect for navigation, it seemed. Naruto was growing cold in her arms. The trip from the outpost to here took about 5 hours and 30 minutes, more or less. They entered the main hall. Nagato and Konan stood waiting for Naruto to be brought in. Konan saw the rugged hole in Naruto's chest and let out a sorrowful cry. Nagato struck his fist against Char and snapped it in half. Orochimaru was standing outside a doorway, ushering them in. He wears a surgical coat and gloves. It would not be a very clean job. I can bring him back to life, but I don't know what I can do about the ruptured muscles and flesh. Orochimaru nodded. Don't worry, I have a substitute formula that acts as an organic filler. Zetsu seems to be made of the stuff. It works perfectly for prosthetic limbs once rigged up with the body's central nervous system and blood lines. Speaking of which, Nagato, you are a blood match for Naruto. We could use your blood. Take as much as you need. Let's just hurry before his chakra fades. Right this way. Konan! Take care of Hinata. Make sure she is comfortable and okay. Of course. Naruto was placed on a stretcher and carried out of the room. Hinata began to cry harder in loud sobs of sorrow. She had been next to Naruto for the last 5 hours. To see him fully gone tore at her heart. Konan hurried to her side and pulled her into an embrace. Hinata was covered in blood, noticeably none of it was her own. Koana figured it was mainly Naruto's. Her face was also a mask of his blood. If he were to wake up, she needed to look beautiful for him. There was no better antibiotic or medicine that would heal a man more than a beautiful woman at his side who loved him. Come Hinata, we barely got a chance to get to know each other. I'm Konan. I'm sorry. I'm a mess and Naruto. It's fine, don't worry. Let's bathe and you can tell me all about it, okay? Konan's smile was warmer than a dry meadow during summer. Hinata felt as if she were her older sister and could talk away her problems. I would like that very much. Chapter 19, From the Brink. Nagato and Orochimaru stood next to the operating table. Both wore surgical aprons. Despite most of the surgery being jutsu and medicines, the reconnecting of veins and arteries would be a messy task. They expected to leave the room no cleaner than Hinata. Orochimaru grabbed a sealed jar from the tableside equipment tray. The jar was filled with a yellow preservation liquid. Inside was a large clump of white clay-like dough. Nagato figured out it was the wood-clone prosthetic material that would fill the hole and replace any damaged flesh and muscle that was destroyed by Sasuke's Chidori. He pulled the organic specimen from the jar and placed it into the ragged hole. He poured a diluted syrup over the wound and placed a paper seal over it to stop any chakra from further escaping, creating the perfect incubator. How does it work? Orochimaru snickered. With years of study, I have replicated the same form of material Zetsu is made from. I was also able to sense the same form of material on Madara Uchiha. It seems he has lost a limb or two. I did not sense anything different about him. How? It's like being a chef, Nagato. You grow attuned to certain spices and material the more you learn. That is when I realized the substance could be used for easy limb replacements. I'm going to be honest, what we are doing now is only an experiment. I cannot guarantee any positive results. It's worth a try, so will it mold to his body soon? I have placed a seal over the wound, keeping the chakra jarred in that hole. The material will begin to mold to his body once it makes contact with the chakra. Then it begins act as if it's a part of the body itself, attaching nerves and blood lines. I'll begin providing blood now. Hook me up to a machine. Yes, of course. Naruto may need a direct source of chakra as well, to compensate for his already missing chakra. Nagato pulled a chair up to the bench and waited as Orochimaru set up the machines. One needle went into his arm, which fed the blood to Naruto's almost dry body. The other needle went into his chest and was attached to one of Nagato's chakra lines, instantly feeding chakra into Naruto. He sat back as he was being drained of both chakra and blood. Are you able to perform the Rinne rebirth, Nagato? I will need to be disconnected from Naruto when I do. It may pull chakra from him also. Will you be fine? Or am I expecting to operate on you too? One person will be enough. I may need rest afterwards though. It's not exactly an easy jutsu to perform. I understand, whenever you are ready. What are his levels at? Blood is at %78 and chakra is %70. That should suffice for now. Disconnect yourself and get ready to perform the jutsu. This better work. If I were a religious man, I would tell you to have hope. However, I am a scientist, so. I know, okay. I get it, probability is low. Nagato rose from the chair and felt dizzy from the lack of blood in his body. But he would be fine. If only to see Naruto's smiling face again. He needed to do this for Hinata's sake as well. She was no different to Konan, as if they were sisters. He braced his hands and prepared himself for a 50-50 chance at reviving a hero. Konan led Hinata down the long hallway to a secluded room. Compared to most rooms, this one was walled with clean, beautiful rice paper, and ornate gardens lined the outside. In the center was a large hot spring. It had already been heated and was steaming nicely in the cool air. Hinata was still pale and cold, her expression lightening slightly at the sight of the warm pool. Her face was still dry with Naruto's blood. Konan led her in and removed her Akatsuki cloak, chucking it into a clothing bin. It would take more than a few washes to clean out the blood, but Konan was used to that. I'm going to help you undress, okay? You're still in shock and the last thing I want is for you to freak out all of a sudden, okay? Okay, it's fine. Don't feel awkward or anything, haha, we are all girls here. I never got to be naked with him. Shushu, it's okay. Nagato and Orochimaru are medical genius. You will get your, chance. She sat down Hinata and removed her own coat, then worked on Hinata's shoes and socks. Hinata only stared off in the distance. The blood had soaked through Hinata's jacket and shirt, staining the skin of her breasts. It must have been liters worth of the blood. She removed her shirt and pants and undressed herself. Konan could not help but admire Hinata's body. For a girl her age, she was amazingly matured. Konan recalled her teenage years being filled with stress and womanly anger. Her body had not gained Yahiko or Nagato's attention so easily. Every day was a game of attention. She giggled at those memories. They were peaceful times. I'm going to fully undress you and walk you over to the pool, okay? Don't worry. I set a mild paper bomb outside the door if Sasori tries peeking. She heard the sound of running footsteps and a loud explosion as one of the paper bombs knocked Sasori out cold. Konan had dealt with him before. She was annoyed that she had to repeat the warning. Sasori may look young, but he was essentially an old pervert from Suna. Hinata faintly smiled, which reassured Konan that she might be okay after all. She undressed herself and stood naked next to Hinata. They walked over to the pool and slowly dipped their toes in the hot water. That's going to feel amazing. Do you want to hop in now? Let's go, Konan. That's the spirit. They hopped into the steaming water. They squeaked in surprise as the hot water ran hot waves into their nerves and up their spine. They signed in relief as the hot water molded around their aching muscles and pains. They sat against the wall and sunk down low as relaxation took hold of their naked bodies. Konan grinned as Hinata tried desperately to keep her breasts under water. It's okay, Hinata, ha, like I said, we are all girls here. But they keep floating back up. Konan laughed even harder. Yeah, well, mine too, it's fine, ha. Don't worry, Sasori will have to piece himself back together before he gets another bad idea again. Konan went to Hinata's front and came in close. Hinata blushed. Konan began to wipe the blood from her face with a damp towel. Hinata's white skin shone through with each layer of blood removed. Minutes later, Hinata was her usual pale-skinned self. Konan tossed the towel aside and floated on her back, gazing up to the ceiling and smiled faintly. Women really did have personal float devices. Now we can just relax. Trust me, you will need it when he wakes up. So tell me everything that happened. Where did you guys go? The Umbu base camp, situated at the Lotus trading facility. I figured. We killed all the Umbu black ops situated there, but then they showed up. The ninja who were here earlier? Yes, plus a few more, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. Itachi's little brother so he was the one who did it to my nephew. Bastard is going to get it. Not if I get to him first, believe me, I want nothing more than his head on a pike. Nagato was right, when girls are sadistic it's kind of hot. Haha, thanks, at least we killed all the Umbu. At least Nagato can be pleased with that. Konan grabbed a bottle of sake and poured herself a small cup full. Nothing went better with a hot bath than some hot sake. She poured another cup for Hinata and passed it to her. Surprisingly, Hinata downed it all in one shot. This girl sure handled her liquor. Konan made a mental note to get drunk with girl later on. She grinned, amused at Hinata's failed understanding of Nagato. Oh Hinata, Nagato only cares for the safety of you and Naruto. How many did you kill anyway? Over 100. Konan spat out a mouthful of sake in a fountain-like spray. You're kidding me. That's crazy. We were both caught up in the moment, I guess. We could not stop. I take that back, Nagato will be pleased. It's good to have another girl on the team. We can take baths and talk girly like this whenever we like. I'll make sure to take time off of Naruto, just for us. Me too, Nagato can be very clingy sometimes, hee. Paper bomb. Now. Huh. Just do it. Konan tossed a paper bomb from the side of the pool. Hinata caught it mid-air and activated it. Throwing it towards the door, it bounced off the wall and rolled outside. The large explosion shook the room. They heard a scream and both giggled. From outside they heard the croaky voice of their victim. Art. Is. An explosion. Deidara then passed out. Naruto's body had accepted the substance, which had now filled the hole and accepted the flow of his blood and chakra, as if Sasuke's Chidori never ruptured through him. The filled hole had a paler texture to his own skin, as if thin white paint was dripped on his chest. Orochimaru said that his skin cells would grow over it, and he would look perfectly normal in a few weeks. Nagato was glad they had Orochimaru on their side. His medical genius is unmatched. His body has accepted the treatment, and his chakra and blood flow are normal, but they will drop if we don't act quickly. I'm ready, Orochimaru. I'll stand clear of your jutsu's radius. Orochimaru stood behind the thick chakra-proof glass as Nagato prepared his jutsu. He had recovered all his drained chakra in a matter of minutes thanks to the power of his Rinnegan. He had removed his shirt and stood over Naruto's body. Hands pressed together and eyes closed, he concentrated his chakra and prepared himself. He formed the hands into the Rinnegan hand sign and shot his eyes open, his Rinnegan glowing with intense fury. Gato art Rinne rebirth no jutsu! His hands glowed a bright green and the room was filled with that same green luminescence that shone from his hands. The light in the room completely flowed into Naruto, making him a solid green, as if he had become an emerald in the sun. His body shook with the force of the chakra, sparking his insides, trying to spark him back to the world of the living. The force of Nagato's great power shook tables and equipment over. Medicine jars shattered and vanished under the power of the Rinnegan. Nagato was calm and serene, his face creased in effort as it finally took its toll on him. Then everything went dark and the internal lights came back on. That was quite a show, Nagato. Now what? Now we wait. That's all we can do. It's been a good 6 hours since he died, there still may be hope. Konoha better pray this does not work. Naruto's body was a ghost. The Kyuubi had trouble making out his figure in the darkness of the once well-lit chamber. The waters were as black as oil and the ceiling had completely crumbled away to reveal a dark void that slowly pulled the rubble into its spiral center. Kurama knew it would take him soon. Both of their times had come, their chakra was fading piece by piece. Naruto had already lost his arm and right leg. He just sat there and let his ghost tears fall upon the black waters. He had hoped for redemption but was doomed to walk the void of death for eternity. Thank you? Kurama. You were always there for me. I used to ignore you and treat you like shit. But now I realize I was treating you no different than what the villagers were treating me. For that I'm sorry. You were always right about the village, about Sasuke and Sakura. You are almost like a brother to me. Out of all my previous Jinchuriki hosts, you have been the most interesting. I just wish I could see her face one more time. He began to float upward towards the spiral. He knew it was his death. Maybe he would meet his parents. He hoped they would understand and forgive him. But they were the ones who had left him all alone. Maybe they needed forgiving. He tried to grab onto something to hold him down, but the debris just began to float with him as he drifted towards his doom. He screamed in defiance. He did not want to die without seeing her face. No, god damn it! He thrust downward in any attempt at being free, but fate had its claws around him now. His eyes grew wild like the Kyuubi's. You! Drifting upward. Will! Floating upward. Not! Speeding upward. Take me! Flying upward. From! His body sunk into the spiral. He felt his existence being removed. Hinata! With the force of a meteor, his body fell from the spiral. His body becomes solid and glowing a furious orange, his teeth bared and sharp. He collided with the ground, creating a crater with his bare fist. His arm and leg grew back and flared with existence. He pulled his head back and roared at unison with Kurama, who had begun to undergo changes himself. He had become younger. His hair turned from gray to bright orange, his body growing to its usual towering size. The bars rose from the receding black water and barred the Kyuubi away. The room flared with light as every torch ignited with blue flame. Saasuk! Nagato and Orochimaru were blown back against the wall. The stone floor crumbled and shattered outward in a tidal wave of chakra and concrete debris. Despite the pain of being thrown against the wall, Nagato began to laugh. Beams of orange light shot from Naruto's eyes and mouth and singed the roof. His road sounded throughout the facility, if not the world. The scream was heard from miles away, as if a god had awoken. Maybe he had. Naruto's body began to float up and levitate on thin air. His body shook and stretched. His fists clenched as he fought against his temporary paralysis. His landed on his feet, the ground becoming a crater. Orochimaru's eye wide with shock. Naruto's chakra is so immense, so powerful. Naruto opened his eyes. It sent a shock wave and broke down the four walls of the operating room, Nagato and Orochimaru using their shields to block the debris that was sent hurling towards them. Naruto was conscious but most of all, alive. Nagato was grinning cheek to cheek. Naruto, you're back. The room became silent. The floating rubble gently hit the floor and the wild chakra became calm like an evening pond. Naruto noticed Nagato, then smiled, before fainting to the ground and dozing off into a deep sleep. Is he okay? He is more than okay. He is alive, just tired. I've never seen such chakra, such damage just with his force. The Kyuubi was always a powerful beast. The door burst open and Konan, Hinata, Itachi, Deidara and Sasori burst in, wide-eyed at the destruction. Hinata was borrowing clothes from Konan, both of their hair still damp from their bath. Hinata stared wide-eyed at Naruto, who looked perfectly clean and unscathed compared to the crumbled room, which looked like a tornado had attacked. She ran to his side, gaping at the completely healed hole in his chest. She pressed her ear to his chest and heard his heart beat, then let out a long cry of relief. Naruto! I'm so happy you are okay. My life would have been over without you. Naruto's hand rose and stroked her cheek. Naruto was still unconscious, however. It was almost a relax to her touch. Little did she know, the Kyuubi owed Naruto a favor for staying alive. Itachi and Sasori fetched a stretcher and carried Naruto to the next room and set him down in bed. They all smiled at the results of a day's hard work. Konan noticed Hinata's tired, unmoving eyes. The stress had painted dark bags under her eyes. Hinata, why don't you sleep next to him? That way he can wake up next to you. We will give you privacy, okay? Yes, please, thank you. Let's go, guys. Wait. Nagato. Yes, Hinata? Thank you for saving him. Thank you so much. Tears rolling down her cheek. It's the least I could do for my future niece, no? Hinata blushed at the marriage joke. They left the room and closed the door behind them. Hinata removed her t-shirt and snuggled up against Naruto's bare chest. He was warm and soft. She found herself falling asleep to the sound of his steady and alive heartbeat. It seemed Konoha's prayers were not answered today. The fire was on its way to their lands. They all stared up wide-eyed. The rain ceased as the sonic boom tore away the clouds. The birds fled the trees and the ground shook with the roar of a god. Sakura and Sasuke screamed in unison. Kakashi and Tsunade tried to comfort them, but they were both shaking uncontrollably. The cigarette in Asuma's mouth fell out as he grew still. Anko placed her hand on her stomach, as if it had scared the baby as well. The sky was littered with cawing, fleeing birds that were scared from their nests. Sasuke felt his eyes sting at the call of his name. Sasuke! The roar had rolled over the hills like wildfire, shocking everything that was in its ear range. What the fuck was that? Shikamaru shouted, his ears still ringing from the sonic boom that followed the call. It's him. It's him. Sasuke backed away to the corner and slid down its surface. You told us he's dead, Sasuke. Sakura was in hysterics. We did. There was a hole going through his chest for fuck's sakes. Sakura calmed down. How can I? He's back. We are all doomed. Tsunade slapped her across the face. If you don't pull yourself together, we have no chance in taking the village back. Sasuke only shook his head. You don't get it, Tsunade. We killed him and now he is back. The village is doomed. They all gazed out at the valley they had passed through. The rain was slowly creeping back in. Had they heard Naruto's voice? Or was it the sound of an angry titan waking from its eternal slumber? In a way it was both. Their hands were painted red with his blood and there was no turning back now. Chapter 20. Wake Up. He no longer felt cold, his body was comfortable and warm. He could feel the soft cotton sheets against his bare chest and legs, their soft touch as warm as sunlight. He had spent hours as a cold corpse after all. The air was warm and dry, he did not know whether he was alive or dead. The environment was too comfortable and pleasured for it to be real life, being outside where he had taken his last breaths before the void swallowed him. He was not on fire or freezing to death, so he ruled out the possibility of hell or the underworld. It seemed his sins were either ignored or forgiven. He felt the rise and fall as something pressed close to him. It was soft, like heated pillows or clouds. He became very still. Someone was sleeping against him. He remembered waking up one day next to Jiraiya, who had consumed a bit too much sake. God, please not a man. He slowly opened his eyes. They felt like they had not been opened for years. The harsh light blinded him temporarily. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the intense light and reopened them. The room was stone, but was decorated so royally it looked more like a 5-star hotel than it did an underground hideout. Instead of real windows there were pictures of outside scenery, made to make them feel like they were actually above ground. He slowly turned his head and was only inches away from Hinata's lips. Instead of jerking back in surprise, he only smiled. This is exactly what he wanted to wake up to. Her soft chest pressed against his own. She slept calmly, no snores or mumbles came from her. Perfectly silent like a sleeping beauty. He realized the soft feeling that had pressed against him were her breasts. She wore no t-shirt, only her bra. He blushed bright red as she pressed against him harder. She was so cute he could barely resist. He kissed her on the lips and forehead. Her lips softly pressed against his. She faintly smiled. Morning, Naruto-kun. The title had become a lover's title more than it was an honorific. Haha, morning, Hinata. Wait. Naruto! She shot up from her comfortable position and sat right up in bed, breathing hard and blushing like a tomato. She had been so deep in sleep she had not realized he had awakened from his death-like coma. She threw herself into his arms, showering his face with kisses and tears. The man she had thought was lost was awake and smiling. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto! I missed you so much, I felt my world had collapsed. I'm not going anywhere, Hinata. I love you and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Her pulled her close to him, feeling her heart beating like hammer falls. He could not help but laugh. She then surprised him by pushing him on his back and climbing on top of him, her blush even more noticeable. They had delayed their sexual attraction while they were outside the facility the night before. It had not been the right place or time. After losing Naruto, she thought they would have never made their love complete. She could not let it slide any longer. For all they know, they could die tomorrow. She unclipped her bra and timidly let it drop to the floor, letting her curvature flow freely off her pale chest. Naruto's nosebleed was strong and obvious, almost as obvious as his growing hardness. It had been the first time they had fully taken it this far. He was more nervous than he was in the Chunin exams. Outside the door, Konan heard Naruto awake and the two of them talk. She took it as the signal and walked to the door and stood against it. Her hands placed on the door frame, she made an hand sign and slapped the door. A large barrier of chakra energy covered the doorway and spread through its cracks and crevices. The doorway glowed a faint blue as the barrier was complete. Nagato noticed this and cocked an eyebrow. What on earth does that do? You should remember this, keeps all the noise in and all the noise out. But why would they? Oh, well, I'm going to go read literature over there now. Konan laughed at how awkward Nagato had become. He thought he had to be the one to give Naruto the talk, but thankfully he was relieved of that awkward task. But now he had no idea what to say to Naruto afterward. He had to clear his head and try not to imagine Hinata naked, although he was a dedicated man whose heart belonged to Konan. It was only natural for a man's mind to accidentally pick up the wrong images in one's head. Hinata and Konan had spent the rest of their bath talking about Konan's first time and other sexual things. Hinata was left with awkward gratitude and a few tricks up her sleeves. Lemon will be skipped, curse YouTube, and its policy for that. Konan walked away from the door, a nosebleed running from both nostrils. She failed to tell Nagato that the jutsu caster would be able to hear what goes on inside the set area. She blushed. Even women could be pervy, which is totally cool. She walked down the hallway and went to go join Nagato and the others in the main dining hall, leaving the two lovebirds to their shower. She entered the main hall. Everyone was seated at the long ornate table. She took her place at the head on the table next to Nagato, who smirked at her and ran his hand along her cheek in his usual affectionate way. She wanted to do to him what Hinata had done to Naruto, only 10 times harder. Nagato turned to his gathered members and spoke aloud. Naruto is fully recovered right now. He is spending quality time with his partner, so unfortunately he won't be with us until later on. Sasori pouted. Lucky bastard. We are Tensei. We strive to create a world of peace with our power alone. The use of the 10 tails is cowardly and lazy. Madara has his own agenda on that matter, however, hence our separation. What is our first move, Nagato? Train our newest recruits to suit our own skill level. While we hold Naruto, Madara cannot complete his own mission. We have all the time we need to get them trained and ready. Konan will teach Hinata and be her sensei. I will be Naruto's sensei. Does the kid have enough potential? Sure, he killed one of his senseis and drank his blood with sake, but does he have the ability to pull all this off? Konan, tell them what those two did alone. They all turned to Konan. Last night they left the hideout and went to Lotus facility, which was holding the remaining Umbu and also additional Umbu that were positioned there. It seems the Lotus facility was a Umbu prison in disguise. Last night they went there and killed every Umbu member they saw. Deidara chuffed laughter. Big deal, we have all killed Umbu in the past. They killed over 100 in the first hour, slaughtered over 50 regular shinobi guards in less than that. Deidara's mouth gaped open. His hand-mouths followed suit. Everyone in the room apart from Nagato and Konan were shocked. Hinata's kill tally was just as surprised as Naruto's. They had thought her as the backup medical-type ninja. They were wrong. Itachi was curious. What exactly did bring Naruto down? Your brother. Sasuke. How? I thought the two were evenly matched. Naruto is stronger than Sasuke. Your brother fooled Naruto into believing he would join their side. Then he punched a hole in his chest and killed Naruto. That's brutal, Ma, and Itachi, your bro is a little cold-hearted, huh? Nagato coughed and regained their attention. They have more than enough potential. Our purpose is to also restore the Uzumaki clan, the clan that Naruto and I both share. There are many Uzumaki members scattered across the lands, hiding in refuge or unaware of their heritage. I know Orochimaru has one of my clansmen running a prison facility. No. Karen, yes, I can make arrangements if you like. Please do. Sasori wanted to get back on track. What about Konoha? What is our plan for them? Our plan has not changed. Konoha burns, for nearly killing my only family member. Their pain shall be long and slow. That's what I like to hear. However, Naruto and Hinata must be prepared first. Conan smiled. When do we begin their training? Tomorrow. Chapter 21. Recovering Strength. Naruto and Hinata stepped out of the shower. After going at it again for the third time, they were satisfied with themselves for the day, but being young and filled with hormones, they would be at their uncontrollable desires later that night. It was addiction at its simplest. She smirked at his naked body and wiped away a small trickle of blood as it ran down her nose. It would take her a century to get over his hot body. He felt the same way. She was always so shy and timid around people. He never knew her clothing covered such a perfect body, like the body of a goddess. She turned to him, her towel now covering her body like curtains to the world's most beautiful sculpture. He could help but stare like Jiraiya once had. He now knew why Jiraiya had been such a perv. Can I help you with something? Naruto-kun. His mind was blank. Boobs. I mean nothing. She giggled and let the towel slide down, revealing her breasts. Then with quick reflexes she tore the towel off Naruto and flicked him in the butt with its wet edge. The loud whip crack could be heard outside the hallway. Naruto screamed and ran out of the shower room, clutching the fire-red impact mark that the towel had made. Hinata then realized that someone was in the room. Expecting them to come out fully dressed or at least in a towel for modesty, no such towel was on Naruto. He burst through the door screaming, his hardness clear for the world to see. Sitting on the bed with a grin wider than the Cheshire Cat, was Conan. She fell back on the bed laughing, covering her eyes and nose as a tiny blood trickle spouted. Naruto screamed like a woman and ran back into the shower room, diving for the safety of the spare towels. Hinata turned bright red and walked out to greet Conan, pulling up her towel over her breasts. Conan let out a long humorous greeting, still trying to hold back her laughter. Emma warning. Conan, what a pleasant surprise. I don't know about Naruto, but it was sure pleasant for me, ha ha ha. We did not know you were going to visit us so soon. I should have knocked, but that would not have worked. Why not? You would not have heard it. You mean over the loud shower nozzle? No, more like another nozzle. What do you mean? I mean over the commotion of you fucking ahahaha. She fell back, her laughter loud and proud. Hinata turned bright red. She began to fumble with her fingers and search for a new topic. Naruto slowly peeked his head around the corner. Realizing Conan would not go anywhere, he stepped out into the room, this time with a towel. His face was the same shade of Hinata's. Ha, sorry Naruto, I'm sure Hinata enjoyed her rest, which such a big man. Please stop. Ha, no matter, I will get the info out of Hinata later. That reminds me, what are we doing now? Can I leave and go after Sasuke? Anger building in him. Conan snarled. If you think you are going out to fight Konoha, you are wrong, mister. But. No buts. Hinata could not help laugh at Conan's motherly tone. She seemed fit for the role. So what do we do today, Conan? Relax, party and enjoy yourself while you can. You begin your training tomorrow. Training? I will be training you, Hinata. While Naruto will be trained by Nagato. The both of you are powerful, but you need that boosted edge before you are ready to take on Konoha. Alright. Let's get started. Not now, tomorrow we begin. What are we supposed to do until then, you know? She pulled a bottle of sake from her coat pocket and took a large gulp. She sighed as her face blushed and her eyes danced with amusement. She passed the bottle to Naruto, who caught it with both hands, accidentally letting go of his towel and watching as it dropped to the floor. He screamed and dived for his towel. Conan rolled back on the bed and laughed uproariously. Get drunk, party, have fun, do whatever you like. Nagato and the guys are in the main hall, cracking open some sake of their own. Orochimaru is off in his lab conducting God knows what kind of tests. Alright. But let me get changed first, for God's sakes. Hinata and I are going to have a little girls only hangout, okay? But... Ha, don't worry, you will get her back. Geez, you are so chained to her, huh? No comment. Party status, rookie. Naruto walked out the room and heard the doors shut and locked behind him, followed by the giggles of the two women, making plans of their own. He felt as if the Akatsuki were no different to his old set of friends back in Konoha. Everyone was serious and psychotic when it came to fights and domination, but in their spare time they laughed, drank, gambled and laughed even more. The atmosphere was always cheery and relaxed, as if they were a bingo club and not the world's most wanted mercenary assassin organization. Nagato, Konan and Hinata were his family now. All he needed was them, and he would live out his days more happier than the 16 years in Konoha combined. At least these people did not betray me and leave me to die like trash. He walked into the main hallway. Nagato, Itachi, Sasori and Deidara sat around the table, laughing and drinking sake. Itachi and Sasori were playing a quick game of cards. Sasori knew he was going to win. His puppet face was impossible to read. He even unscrewed his arm and placed it down as a bet. Little did he know, Itachi could use his Sharingan to gain the upper hand. Sasori was about to lose an arm. Nagato looked up and grinned broadly. He raised his glass and gestured Naruto to pull up a chair next to him. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" Nagato checked him over for any open wounds but found the kid was more than okay. "I'm great, absolutely amazingly great." "I know. Konan told me all about it, way to go, champ." Naruto's eyes bolted open wide, sudden anger flared in the back of his mind. Somewhere Konan was laughing, he knew it. "Konan, you will pay." "Haha, relax, it's fine. It's good to see young love so fresh and strong, you two share a deep bond." "I suppose we do." "Sake? Fuck it, why not?" He took the bottle from Nagato and took a deep gulp of the milky drink and leaned back as the warm heat took over his tongue and belly, heating them like a furnace. Across the table, Sasori swears out aloud. "That's bullshit, you are a total cheat, Itachi." "Rules are rules, Sasori." "Hand over that arm, ha." "What are you going to do with it?" "I'll give it back after I sneak it into Konan bed, that will freak her out for sure." Nagato glared at Itachi. "If I find Sasori's hand climbing onto our naked bodies while we fuck, I'm going to remove your Sharingan with a fork." "Note taken." Itachi then became serious. He felt a nearby chakra presence enter the facility. It was not Orochimaru or any Konoha ninja, but it was familiar. Nagato noticed Itachi's tense composure and shook his head. "It's okay, Itachi, he's on our side. I struck a deal with him before the rebellion between us and Madara. In reality, letting the Bijou control the world would be almost heresy to his god. He also helped Naruto and Hinata get back here, so we owe him a drink." Naruto was confused. "Who is it, Nagato?" "The party has arrived, motherfuckers." "Whoa. Forget I asked, hello Haiden." Hours earlier, Hinata and Haiden were just outside the range of Nagato's and Itachi's sensory range, but Haiden was still taking a risk nonetheless. If Itachi was not aware of Nagato's agreement, he might be killed before explaining his actions. Hinata was still shivering. Her skin was pale like snow. Naruto had died hours before. It was just a matter of getting the corpse back to Nagato before his chakra vanished. Haiden took the time to think about his true allegiance in this war. "Haiden-san. Don't use titles on me, girl. People die when they get formal." "I'm sorry, Haiden. Why are you actually helping me? Surely his favor cannot be worth risking your own life." "Want to know the truth? I'm not really on anyone's side at the moment. I'm just helping those who need and deserve it. The list is very short." "So you are not on Madara's side?" "He wants to join all the Bijou or tailed beasts together to form a superweapon, one that can cast genjutsu on the moon and therefore the world." "And you are against this?" "Fuck yeah, I am. Lord Jashin needs me to slaughter in his name. How can I kill people when the world becomes fake and perfect?" "I suppose you are right, so will you not come in with me?" "Sadly, I might be at risk. I will turn up later with a box of sake though, okay? I won't tell them you helped me if you want." "No. Tell them everything. Tell Nagato I will arrive later and that I don't want to die by Itachi's hands." "I'll be sure to pass the message on." "Well, this is where we part. Stay strong and hopefully the fucker will get back up." He pecked her on the cheek and walked out into the forest, not looking back, but looking for a decent place to buy some sake. Party status, amateur. Hayden strolled in. On his back was a large wooden barrel, which had 3 large X's scrolled on its surface. Naruto was happy to see his friend again. He had been told the separation between the Akatsuki by Hinata and Konan, as he got changed. He thought it was a shame to lose some of his friends like Kisame and Zetsu, but in reality they probably wanted him dead. Hayden, however, strolled in with a huge grin after seeing Naruto alive and well. Well, fuck me. Hey Naruto! Hayden! What are you doing here? Just dropping by. Looks like you guys are celebrating. Mind if I join? Nagato shook his head. Please take a seat, Hayden. Sorry, they were all out of sake, so I took this barrel o' whiskey instead. This shit fucking rules. He popped open the faucet built into the barrel and filled up an ornate goblet. The goblet was inscribed with Jashin tokens and blessings, one of which was a human tooth. Hayden grinned and took his seat next to Naruto, placing down the heavy barrel and sighing. So obviously you guys want to know what the fuck Madara is doing, right? Of course. Well, not a lot actually. There are still tail beasts left to catch. Right now he building his defenses. Nothing else. Does he know your current allegiance? I made it clear that I'm on no one's side. I told him to go fuck himself and left. Will you join us? Or go out on your own? I would love to help you guys, but I've got business to attend to in the Land of Iron. Land of Iron? Why there? There is a major Jashin temple being created. I'm talking about a proper chapter dedicated to Jashin. This shit is fucking huge. I want to go there and become more than a simple monk. Hell, maybe I can own the place after a few years. When will you leave for the Land of Iron? A few days, maybe a week. It's a cold place to travel. I'm waiting for the snowstorms to fine up before I do. Naruto grinned. Maybe you can stay, help me train. I still need to spar with you, Hayden. Ha ha ha, kid, you don't have a fucking chance. But you did wipe out a whole settlement of Umbu. Maybe you will graze me. I'll hold you on that challenge. Nagato stood, smiling and grateful for his followers. A toast then, to Naruto Uzumaki and his return from death itself. To Naruto! To Naruto! Screw Naruto, let's get shit-faced! Hayden whooped. Party status, not bad. Across the facility, Hinata and Konan sat on the bed. Konan had brought out some music. The band was called Yuverworld. Apparently it was the hit band in the Hidden Rain. Hinata instantly fell in love with their music. They both sat, their cloaks tossed aside and the fire set to a roaring blaze. They both had a bottle of sake and a tub of ice cream. Such was a girl's night in. Konan could not remember the last time she could be girly with another girl. She had been surrounded by greasy men for years. They laughed and gossiped, sharing stories and slowly getting more and more drunk with each sip of sake. The song changed to Revolve, one of Konan's favorite songs. She grinned as the guitar began to rock out the room. Hinata sunk back on the bed. The music calmed her as she gave in to his lyrics. Konan, on the other hand, was feeling cheeky. She reached over and turned the music down low. Hinata turned to Konan. Questions rising in her head. Oh no, what is she going to do? So, how was it, Hinata? She grinned wide, her face slightly flushed from the sake. Hinata was no different, however. It was amazing, Konan. I did all the things you taught me. Did Nagato teach him anything? PFFF doubt it. He's shy when it comes to that kind of stuff. Why? Was he really that good? Hinata took another sip of sake. She felt tipsy. His fingers were magic. I just don't know how it was so good. Oh, so he is one of those kind. Hee hee, lucky girl. I really am. Konan looked both ways and leaned in. I happen to notice he is big. Hinata fell off the bed. Konan howled with laughter at Hinata's shy surprise. Hinata was still sensitive to such bold talk. She had only lost her virginity hours ago. The sex was better the second time when they had done it in the shower. It had hurt less and felt so much better. He had her gripping the sewer rail with great force. Konan was trying to read her DRTY thoughts. She giggled as Hinata realized she was grinning in lust herself. Hello? Earth to Hinata. Oh. Sorry, yes. His penis was bigger than average, as you said. I measured about a 9 or 10 inch. PFF, it's not about size, Hinata, it's how they use it. There is still much to teach you. You mean there is more? Ha ha, silly girl, you and I only scraped the tip of the topic. They both laughed. Conan removed her sweater. She was becoming extremely hot next to the fire. Conan wanted to talk a bit more seriously, however. She gripped Hinata's hand and gazed into her eyes. Is he the one? Yes, without a doubt he is my true love. Not a day goes by without me thinking about him. So, do you want to get married and have kids? Or are you more of a girlfriend type? I love him. I want to be Mrs. Uzumaki and give birth to more Uzumakis. Well, I guess that makes two of us, hee hee. You and Nagato getting married? Maybe. He has not asked yet, it's not really the right time for such events. I beg to differ. We are about to go into war, might as well do it now while you can. Well, he's going to have to ask, it's tradition for the man to ask after all. I may be a cutthroat killer, but I still believe in traditions, haha. Our children can grow up together, we can be each other's midwives when we need each other. I would like nothing more than that, Hinata. A toast then? A toast. They raised their glasses. To Uzumaki children. They gulped down the sake and slammed the glasses down on the bed. They both laughed hard. The sake was really beginning to take effect. Hinata removed her jacket. The heat was killing her here. She remembered Naruto's streaming hot chest and his subtle abs. She felt even hotter at the thought. Party status, awesome. Orochimaru smiled. He could hear the people partying down the hallway. They had every right to party. They had revived Naruto from the dead after all. He wanted to celebrate alone. He went through blood archives searching for a particular samp to begin tests on. Science was his alcohol, it was his sex. When he was defying God and creating things beyond human imagining, that is what he thrived off. He flicked through his organized blood samples. Let's see blood samples H to J. Wait. His eyes grew wide, there was a blood sample missing. He checked his desk and tables for the glass slide containing stored blood. The slide was nowhere to be seen. Orochimaru was a tidy man. He never lost his items and always had them organized to the highest degree. He then realized where his was. Kabuto, the bastard, but why would he steal that blood sample? He looked through the archives and found that many blood samples were missing, almost 10 all up were stolen from his archives. From great ninja to legendary swordsman, Kabuto had taken the samples of great warrior and left the rest to Orochimaru. Is it for research? Bodily augmentation? He then realized Kabuto had taken candidates for his Edo Tensei technique that apparently surpassed Orochimaru's own version of the second Hokage's forbidden technique. Orochimaru dropped his clipboard, his mouth dropping open as he saw the empty gap where his most precious sample had been kept. Jiraiya. Party status, getting wild. Naruto threw down his cup and laughed. The whiskey was 100 times better and stronger than the sake. He could barely feel his legs at the moment. Sasori was so drunk his legs had come off and were walking around the place stumbling over. Nagato laughed so hard he could hardly breathe. Itachi and Haiden were on the table wrestling. Naruto and Deidara had their Ryo out, placing bets on the victor. Haiden was a cheat player, however. Itachi, stop. I'm hurt. Ouch. Itachi stopped his stranglehold and paused, hoping he had no severely hurt Haiden. What is wrong, Haiden? Your forehead is attached to mine. What the fuck? Haiden laughed hard, his act breaking. He drove his forehead hard into Itachi's, knocking Itachi back onto his ass. Haiden leaped up and raised his hand in the air and whooped. I'm the fucking champion, ahahaha. He took a long sip out of his goblet and fell off the table. They all applauded and Naruto snatched the 50 ryo out of Deidara's hand. Sasori clipped his legs on and walked to the trunk he left in the main hall. He popped open the lid with a chakra binding lock. He lifted the lid and fumbled around inside. What are you doing, Sasori? We need some music in here. He pulled a guitar from the trunk. Naruto recalled the same guitar when he first entered the Akatsuki's main hall after returning from his first mission with the organization. The guitar was made of a dark wood only found in Suna. A puppet's face protruded from the base of the guitar and stared out at onlookers. It was creepy in a cool way. He tuned up the strings and let off a test strum to test its pitch. Perfect. He began to pluck off a few light strings. To us it would sound like Spanish guitar, to them it was Suna's very own guitar style. Of then began to sing, his voice and pitch also perfect. I see a red door and I want it painted black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black. I see the girls walk by dressed in their summer clothes. I have to turn my head until my darkness goes. Naruto stood on his chair and whooped. Sasori was rocking the song. Naruto had never heard someone sing so strongly with such amazing confidence and voice. It deserved another shot of whiskey. He saw Nagato and gestured towards the free table across the room, filling a 2-shot glasses and walking over. He could finally have some guy-to-guy time with his uncle. Nagato, drunk as a skunk under a bunk, his Rinnegan eyes looked silly against his cheery, intoxicated face. He sat up and embraced Naruto, pulling him in, closing and latching onto him with an amazing bear hug. He loved having family members again, drunk or not. He felt that either, pushed back and laughed. Naruto looked just as dizzy as himself. Hey nah, Ruto, how's it going, my man? His voice was loud and obnoxious, but he still had control over his wording, sorta. Nagato, man. This is awesome. When did Sasori learn to sing like that? W.O.O. I have no idea who he is. Where did we buy him? What? Wait, what? We bought him? PFFF, I don't know, man. We might have adopted him, pahahaha. No way, haha. Let's do some shots. PFF, you're on mine. They placed down a row of shot glasses and began to hammer them down one by one. They finished and laughed uncontrollably. Nagato punched Naruto in the shoulder, getting his attention. Dude, watch this shit. Haha, what? Nagato picked up a shot glass without touching it. He used his universal pull to bring it upward, then he yelled aloud. Almighty push, haha. The shot glass collided with the wall and exploded into a shower of glassy rain. Naruto fell back laughing. Nagato began to fire shot glasses around the room as if it were a game of tennis. Naruto was having a lot of fun, but he wanted to see Hinata again. He wondered what she was doing right now. Party status, F********* ing crazy. Hinata was no longer in control of her mouth, legs or arms. All she could do was watch and laugh as she did the most screwed up things she had ever seen. Conan had taught Hinata how to pole dance by using the bedside lamp. Hinata applauded. They both had spent the night gossiping, laughing and getting guppy to mischief. The ice cream was finished long ago, and their sake was now on its last few mls. Conan and Hinata had removed their shirts and sat around in their bras and jeans. Conan was curious. She put Hinata's hands around her breasts and laughed aloud like a loon. Are they too small? Be honest, you. PFFF, they are fine, Conan-chan, hahaha. She had started using a title after her second bottle of sake. She had no idea why. You are lying. Look, you won't be able to tell with this on. Conan unclipped her bra and tossed it aside, standing topless in the room and snickerking. Your boobs are huge. Massive. Oh. Says you. Ms. Overdeveloped teenager. Are they even real, hahaha? They are so. She removed her own bra and placed Conan's on her bare breasts and giggled as Conan inspected their weight and size. PFFF, whatever, you win this round, girl. Hey. Hey Conan-chan, what should we call our children? Sake, whiskey, lamp and boobs. PFFF, no, seriously thou. I want to call my kids Yahiko, Nakona and Kogana, hahaha. You just combined your name for the last two. Baka. Bitch, please, all your kids will be called Naruto, Hinato and Haruto. PFF, I don't even know anymore, hahaha. Hinata and Conan suddenly shivered. The fire had died out long ago, and now that they had stopped drinking, it was beginning to wear off. She had a great idea, however, she took Conan's hand and led her off the bed. Let's have a shower, I'm all sweaty and cold. Ugh. Good idea. Conan stripped off her clothes and stepped in. Party status, Jashin would party here. Naruto and Nagato had finished all the sake and whiskey. They were feeling low. The alcohol began to have a negative effect on them. Sasori was in a coma over his guitar, his wooden body collapsed over his guitar like a sailor over a float-ion device. Haydn and Itachi were asleep on the table cuddled up. Were they not straight they may have looked like a happy couple. Deidara slept in the corner. All three of his mouths let out long loud snores. Ugh, my head feels funny. I want to see Hinata. Yeah, I want Conan. I want my Conan. Senpai cried for her name like a child for its mother. Let's go find him. They stumbled down the hallway, barely able to walk in a straight line. They could help but laugh as they stumbled over each other to get to their room. They saw that the light was still on and were relieved. They opened the door and stepped inside. The room was empty. However, they could hear the sound of a shower running. They forgot all formalities and opened the door to the shower room and gawked at the sight before them. Twin jets of blood shooting from their nostrils. Conan and Hinata were naked and scrubbing each other with a washcloth, the soap running down each other's curvy naked bodies. Their breasts pressed together, they turned to the intruders and glared at them. Nagato and Naruto fell backwards in sync, their boots rising upward as they collided with the hard floor, their nose bleeds like fountains. They both passed out from both alcohol and blood loss. The two naked girls just stood there. Then they laughed uproariously. Well, I guess the night's over, Hinata. Were they still drunk? PFF men. Conan and Hinata had used their chakra and a few natural remedies to burn off the alcohol and became completely sober moments before. Naruto and Nagato were not so lucky. Conan wrapped a towel around her naked body and stepped into the room, Hinata following behind her. They stared down at the comatose boyfriends with caring smiles. The two men were mumbling drunken thoughts in their dreams. Conan! Hinata, hot! Conan laughed. Well, I'm taking mine back to bed. Tonight was fun, Hinata. I'll leave you to yours then. She picked up Nagato and carried him in a fireman's hold, stepping outside and accidentally hitting his head on the door frame. She giggled and walked out of the room towards their own suite. Night, Conan! Oh God, Naruto, what have you done to yourself? On Naruto's face was a mustache drawn on with permanent marker and a crude penis on his cheek. Hinata guessed that was Haydn. She picked him up like a BBY in the arms of its mother and carried him to their bed. She slipped him in and hopped in herself, removing her towel and his clothes. They both slept naked together, their warm bodies pressed against each other for warmth. Naruto would regret drinking sake for the rest of his life. Hangover status, death would be a holiday. Chapter 22, Aching Heads and Hearts. Painful light flooded the room, piercing into his eyes as the lights switched on. His head felt like it had been packed with gravel and cement. He felt hundreds of pounds heavier than he should be, as if sleep refused to give him up. He fluttered his eyes open, his blurred vision clearing with each flutter. His mouth tasted of alcohol and spew. He had woken up in better conditions before. That was for sure. He rose up on an elbow. He could feel his hair waver in the morning air. His hair was a mess. He coughed and rubbed at his crusty eyes. Last night certainly was interesting. I can barely remember what I did. That is worrying. He turned his head, hearing the clicks and groans as he broke off his sleeping posture. He heard a giggle and smiled himself. Hinata lay next to him, naked to the world and staring at him with studying interest. She looked fresh and sober as a baby at birth. Her skin shone with its usual healthy pale glow. Her lips lightly pulled back in a heart-warming smile, her teeth like divine pearls. She blushed as his eyes trailed her body. She leaned in and kissed his forehead, her lips cool to the touch. Morning, Naruto-kun. How are you feeling? Like a wagon just rolled over my head. You are so beautiful. His hand stroking her cool chest, making her exhale pleasured breath. He realized he was naked himself. Well, let's get some breakfast and clear that hangover right up. Wait. Did we? You know. Last night? No. We just slept together like this. I had to sleep behind you, however. You may be asleep, Naruto-kun, but your other muscles are always awake, hee. She stroked the particular muscle in question and laughed as he tensed at her touch. She got up from the bed and walked across the room, slipping on her robe and stepping into the shower. He could help but stare at her ass as she walked. She looked over her shoulder and smiled. Well? Are you coming? In the shower with you? My body is all yours, Naruto-kun. He ran to the shower with fast agility he never knew existed, steeping into the shower room and running kisses down her tender neck as the door closed. Nagato awoke, his head dizzy as if it had gone through a dry cleaner and flattened with a mallet. It was all because of Hayden's whiskey. The mix between sake and whiskey was disastrous. He lifted his head, it felt heavier than a tailed beast. His eyes opened and were blurry in the morning light. He could not move his arms. They did not feel heavy at all, however. He then realized something was on his chest, not something but someone. He looked up to see Konan, fully naked and sleeping on his chest, her head resting on his shoulder, her soft breasts pressed against his own naked chest. I feel like shit, but it looks like I had a good time. Or at least I think I did. She stirred, smiling as she regained consciousness, the sound of his heart beat and steady breaths like music to her ears. She raised her head and grinned. Nagato was still dazed and confused. She could not help but giggle at his confusion. He smiled back, still trying to figure what the hell they did last night. Haha, well, hey there, handsome. Bet you are wondering why your arms are tied to the bedposts? She was right. Both of his arms were bound to the wooden bedposts with her net stockings. So we had fun then. You were drunk out of your mind, but you were amazing. I've never had such great sex like that before. You will have to remind me what it was like. My head is killing me. I will act it out for you later. Ugh. Why not now? He pouted his lips in an attempt to gain sympathy. Because you need to get up and train Naruto. I have already seen Hinata this morning and told her we would begin soon. Naruto was still out cold. I'm surprised I'm not. Naruto zipped up his jacket and threw on his red cloud cloak. Hinata was dressing up also, a near-new cloak draped over her chair. Naruto's blood had been completely cleaned off the cloak, the events of the day before completely erased, but not from her memories. She never wanted something like that to happen again. Naruto took her hand and the two stepped out of the room into the hallway. He still felt dizzy from the night before. They made their way down the long corridors and passageways towards the main hall where most of the idiocy had taken place. The hall was an utter mess, tables flipped upside down, spilled sake and whiskey bottles scattered the floor in a glass minefield. In the center, along the main long table, lay two comatose men. Hayden lay still, his mouth open and a loud array of snores and growls escaping his mouth like bees from a hive. Itachi lay behind him, his arms around Hayden's chest, cuddling the immortal man like a koala bear to a tree. Hinata burst into hysterical laughter. Naruto had to bite his fist to stop him from rolling on the fall in utter hilarity. It did not work for long. Their loud laughs awoke the two men who instinctively covered their ears from the extremely loud noises that were of deadly harm to a man with a hangover. They groaned in agony as the harsh light burnt their retinas and loud noises rattled their eardrums. Hayden then realized Itachi's position and rolled off the table in a surprised jerk that rendered him on the floor in more pain. Hayden jerked up and pointed his finger at Itachi, who was rubbing his sore head. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck were you doing cuddling me? How am I supposed to know? We were both drunk as hell. Touch me again and you're fucking dead. I have nothing wrong with Gus who roll that way, but don't FOC that shit on me. Roll that way? Hey! I am not gay! Itachi the koala bear, ha ha ha! Naruto had fist hands covering his mouth in attempts to keep himself quiet. What the fuck are you doing here, Naruto? Waiting for Nagato and Konan to show. Hey, where is Sasori? Itachi grinned. You don't remember? He's over in the corner. We ended up playing Mr. Potato Head with him while he was passed out, haha. In the corner there lay a body with its limbs swapped around like wrong puzzle pieces. Sasori's legs were plugged into his arm sockets, his arms plugged into his leg sockets as if he were a primate. He opened his eyes and sneered at Itachi. When I get my leg arms around your throat I won't let go, Itachi and Hayden. You two are dead. What about Deidara? He fell asleep on his pottery wheel. He should be fine though. The main door opened and Nagato and Konan stepped through. Nagato's hand rested lightly on his head, his other rubbing his eyes. Conan smiled and went to Hinata's side. The two instantly started whispering girls' topics and giggling at the miserable state of the men around them. Nagato bumped fists with Naruto and walked over to the bench and made himself a hot cup of coffee. Naruto joined him, wondering what they had actually done, and when he had blacked out. "How you feeling, uncle?" "Ugh. Call me that if you wish, but Nagato would be preferable. I can barely believe I am being called such, haha." "Sure thing, Nagato. I'm feeling probably as shitty as you are. You and I hung out most of the night." "When did I black out?" "I'm not exactly sure. I blacked out too. I remember a shower. We were in my room. All I remember is Hinata and Conan being." Wait a minute!" They both turned wide-eyed at Hinata and Conan. The two were staring at them with severe interest. "What's wrong, boys? Last night coming back to you?" They giggled. "You shower naked together." All the guys in the room received an instant nosebleed at the thought of these two babes washing up against each other in a small space with hot water rolling down their bodies. "Alright, let's all get some breakfast and get OT some training. Orochimaru can clean this shit up." The convoy set out the next day. They had sent word to Yamato and Kurenai to check if they were okay. Yamato agreed to be their inside man. It seemed Kurenai was not suspected of being an accomplice due to her innocence through pregnancy. This as a relief to both Tsunade and Asuma. While they were gone, there would still be allies in the village to look after things, and hopefully prevent Danzo from running mad with power. They had packed their bags and gathered what even supplies were in the abandoned farmhouse that had sheltered them that night. Kakashi, Anko, and Tsunade took point, carrying the heavy supplies and walking ahead. Sasuke and Sakura followed close behind, whilst Asuma and Shikamaru covered the rear. They were all cautious of an enemy attack, be it Akatsuki or Umbu. Sasuke and Sakura were still shaken up from Naruto's apparent return, but they had regained their sanity and were actually glad he was not dead. It had taken a heavy weight off their chest. Sakura whispered to Sasuke, "What do we do? Do they expect us to try kill him again? If all goes well, we won't have to. Will you? If he becomes a danger to you, yes." "How can you say that so easily?" "Because I love you. I won't let anything hurt you. And yet you left us alone for 3 years. Sakura, that was different. I know, you had to kill Itachi and betray everyone. Sasuke, you have the power you always wanted. Shy, don't you find Itachi now? Because I have more important things than revenge, you. Did you figure that out before or after you tried to kill Naruto?" Sasuke tightened his fists into balls and his eyes grew wild with anger. "God damn it, Sakura! Shut the fuck up about Naruto. He betrayed us. He betrayed you!" Sasuke, her eyes filling with tears. "You know what he whispered into my fucking ear, Sakura?" Everyone had stopped and were facing the confrontation. Tsunade moved to step between them. Kakashi placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. They had to get this out of the way. In his last moments, he whispered in my ear and said, "I will never forgive Konoha. I will wipe it. Burn ashes on my brow and shake its shit off my boots." He said that. He's not coming back. He is as good as dead. Naruto would not, that's not his way. The Naruto we know is dead, Sakura. His head shook with intense fury, his own tears pouring down his cheeks as a screw was let loose. "I have faith. I need your faith, Sakura. Give it to me. I love you and I'm fucking scared, okay? I'm afraid he will take all this from us. I love him as a brother. But I need your faith to keep me going. Sasuke. I'm scared, goddammit." She wiped the tears from her eyes and moved into Sasuke, embracing him and letting him know. Their lips met, parting for their tongues in forgiveness. All was forgiven and her faith was with him always. It had been all leading up to this, the epic fight that had to be said after Sasuke's return, after Naruto's death. Now they could both start fresh without any grudge or regrets to their already troubled past. Kakashi coughed, trying to break up the couple, but was silenced when Anko smacked him over the back of the head. Some things just had to be left running hot. Tsunade hoisted her medical pack on. "Alright, let's get moving, people. We should be there in less than 5 hours. Kakashi, who had traveled throughout the 5 countries, was curious. Less than 5 hours? Tsunade, the land of iron is a good 2-day trip. We aren't going there. There was a listener in the farmhouse. Umbu must be on to us already. They sent out scout birds to listen for vital information. We have just led them on a wild goose chase to the land of iron. Mifune will be curious to what they are doing and ask. Danzo will have no choice but to tell Mifune he is after us. He will know we are not guilty, which will paint Danzo in suspicion. Hopefully Danzo will have to answer to the other Kage. Great plan, Tsunade, but where are we going now? The best place we can go is a place that is considered dead, a wasted land that has been long forgotten. You don't mean? I sure do. We will fortify our resistance in the ruins of the hidden Whirlpool village, birthplace of the Uzumaki clan. Danzo shook his head in agitation. The fools thought they could hide in the land of iron. He never saw eye to eye with Mifune, the samurai leader. The two believed in 2 different things. Mifune believed in power through honor and peace. Danzo believed in peace through power. Honor came after the wars were over. He dismissed the carrier pigeon that had delivered the report and stepped into the next chamber. 2 Umbu veterans held the head of a man under a large tub of water. The man shook and fought to get free of his watery prison as air became scarce. Danzo nodded, and they pulled the man's back up for air. His green jumpsuit tattered with the scars of whips and light slashes. Might Guy gasped for air. You know Kakashi Hatake more than anyone left in this village. By law we cannot touch Kurenai, and Irika does not know anything. Tell us where he would go, or we can play this game all day. Despite his physical exhaustion, the Leaf's blue beast never wavered. Aha! But games are a great part of glorious youth, my friend. I can't let my eternal rival lose to a power munder now, can I? He laughed aloud. So be it. Again, please, men. They forced his head in the water, this time kicking high in the gut to get him started again. He flailed around in the water like a fish on land. Keep this up for a few hours. If he does not talk, take off one of his toes. Yes, Grand Hokage. Naruto, Hinata, Konan and Nagato were standing in what they thought of as the largest arenas they had ever seen. It far surpassed the size of the Kyuubi's, looked more like a coliseum. The room was completely empty apart from a grandstand on one side where the rest of Tensei sat, this consisting of Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, Itachi, and sitting up the very front was Orochimaru, the owner of such a strange arena. Orochimaru called out, gaining attention of the 4, his hand lightly on a button. Naruto and Nagato, step to your left, please. They did as they were told, and Orochimaru pressed the button. A large 10-meter wall rose from the ground they were standing on. The wall split the court in half. It separated Naruto and Nagato from Konan and Hinata. They all turned to Orochimaru, puzzled. What is your training exercise, Orochimaru? Nagato had not been informed of anything like this. Quite simple. On either side of the court, there is a colored flag. You have 10 minutes to think of a plan. Fortify or prepare yourself physically when the wall drops after that 10 minutes. Capture the enemy's flag and you win. Capture the flag, huh? What are the other rules and restrictions? No genjutsu or sage arts, and no interference from outside guests. But that all does not seem to affect you people. Hinata raised her hand. Can I use my Byakugan? I will allow it, yes. Nagato grinned evilly. Can I use the... Konan sneered. If you use the ghetto statue, I will beat you to death and kiss the corpse. Geez, just asking. I love you too, baby, he grinned. Orochimaru held up his hand, silencing the small talk. He then placed an hourglass on the table and flipped it. The 2 teams separated from the wall and moved towards their flag, planning on ways to defend it and take the other flag. Nagato and Naruto approached their flag. It appeared that Haiden got to the court before them and drew a huge penis on their flag. They had a job to do, however, and formalities were the least on their mind. What do we do? I'm not up for this improvisation stuff, Nagato. I don't know. Shadow clones can defend while we attack? Or the other way around? You're right, they could have laid traps for us. Alright, let's get to work. They were too busy planning their strategy. and assigning the placements to their shadow clone to notice the paper butterfly listening in on the top of the wall. It fluttered away to the other side of the wall, moving as unnoticed as it had entered. The butterfly landed on Conan's finger. She giggled. Hinata leaned in, as if hearing words from the butterfly. It was hopeless. Conan's origami would only communicate to her chakra. Conan turned and grinned. They are using shadow clones, a lot of them to be exact. I know Naruto-kun is a master in the use of shadow clones. How many are we talking? Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, about 150. Counting Nagato's clones also. 150! How are we supposed to take out 150 with only us two? Ha ha ha, quite simple. Shadow clones can be popped through damage, intense shock, or if the owner loses control of the jutsu by losing focus. Go on. We can take out 150 with some natural abilities of our own. You don't mean? You remember last night, right? Orochimaru looked at the timer. It had only a few seconds left. Each bead of sand falling into the hole until the top was completely empty. He grinned. The fun was about to begin. On Nagato and Naruto's side stood at least 100 shadow clones, ready to strike as soon as the wall drops. Hinata and Conan, on the other hand, just stood on top of a large paper podium-like structure that presented them more than it did display them. He had no idea what they were up to, but there was no rule against spying on the enemy. Orochimaru figured it was time to begin. He called aloud. Attention, my friends! Let the games begin, ha ha ha! He slammed down the button and sat back as the wall slowly lowered. The wall dropped, and the army of shadow clones laughed at the empty threat they faced. Hinata and Conan only smiled on the podium. The original Naruto and Nagato emerged from the army's battalions. Ha ha ha, is this a joke? I don't know, is it? Do you expect to take our flag with only the two of you? I don't expect to be fighting all of you, Hinata. Now! Conan and Hinata pulled off their t-shirts. They were topless underneath. Haiden fell off his chair. Itachi and Deidara's mouths dropped open and Sasori's arm fell off. Hinata and Conan stood there, topless and striking a pose that rendered the shadow clones paralyzed, no different from their original masters who stood frozen in their place. Noses bleeding and eyes wide, love truly did blind. Now proceed to disable the clones and troublesome boyfriends. They turned to each other, gazing into each other's eyes and blushing mildly. They had no issue in doing this. It's not like it meant anything. Girls are all about fun after all. Hinata grabbed the back of Conan's head and pushed her into a kiss, nothing so shy like a first kiss. Their tongues folded around each other. Conan tapped her shoulder, signaling Hinata that Phase 3 would take place. Conan lightly cupped her hand on Hinata's breast. Not moving her mouth from Hinata's, they kept this up for another 20 seconds and turned. One by one the shadow clones shot into the air like fireworks powered by their own spouts of nose blood. Their manly hoods erect and their eyes rolled up to their unconscious whites. The shadow clones came down and hit the concrete, popping into little white clouds, and they lay flopping on the floor. Nagato looked around the room, his own nose bleeding heavily. The room was raining Nagatos and Narutos. He could barely speak. His blood had either left his nose or went to his penis. BW, what's going? Naruto! He searched for the boy, only to find him passed out on the floor, no different to his condition the night before. His nose ran like a waterfall. Nagato glimpsed up at Conan's supple breasts and collapsed to one knee, remembering her tender tongue rolling against Hinata's, their breasts touching. It was too much. Nagato fell on his face and remained comatose. Well, that was easy, ha ha ha. They pulled their t-shirts back on and walked over to the flag, plucking it from the pole and jumping up and down as the first challenge was won. Orochimaru was shocked and disappointed. Simple human desires. The winners are Conan and Hinata. Haiden and Itachi dragged the two comatose men to the sidelines and poured water on them, waking them up in cold surprise. They sputtered for air as their clothes was drenched with the ice water. They looked up through soggy hair and frowned. Did we win? Haiden laughed. You two got absolutely wasted, fucking beat by two girls with really nice boobs. Nagato put his face in his hands and groaned. I have dishonored myself, oh no. Here they come to boast. The two victorious women strode over to the two hunkered men, the flag tightly grasped between their hands, as a sign of dominant victory. They grinned and giggled as their victory annoyed their boyfriends. He boys, maybe next time, huh? Next exercise please, Orochimaru. I don't want to face their taunts any longer than I have to. Certainly, now you must go with your sensei ANC train. That was only an exercise to warm you up, or in your case, cool down. Smirked at the bucket of ice water. He walked off and the two pairs took a side of the court to practice jutsu, and become overall stronger. Nagato smiled. He has great things in mind for his student apprentice. Naruto, we both share the same chakra type, no? We both have wind, yes. Good, this means I can teach you some of my own techniques. The chakra of the Kyuubi may not be as powerful and plentiful as my Rinnegan, but your chakra will prove far superior to that of a normal wind-style user. My chakra? The techniques I use, such as Shinra Tensei, required vast amounts of chakra to use. You may be the only compatible student to follow my teachings. How do I do it? Is it similar to my Rasengan? In some ways, yes. You channel your wind chakra to spin rapidly into a ball, right? It creates the spinning motion that makes the Rasengan too deadly. My methods are no different, except you don't focus the chakra into a spinning ball. Then what do you do? How do you push and pull things about, Nagato? Think of it like this. To get your Rasengan spinning, you make it into a rotating ball, right? For things like universal pull and Shinra Tensei, you bend your chakra outwards as if it were a long conveyor belt, focusing your chakra not to spin, but to rotate, pulling in the subject like a block on a conveyor belt. If you want to throw something away, you do the opposite. You push the chakra away from you. Do you get it? Sorta. I kinda wish I had great amounts of chakra like you, Nagato. Nagato smiled, looking over his shoulder to see if anyone was listening in. Naruto, when I die. You won't die. If I die, you shall inherit my power. You mean? Yes, Naruto. When I die, you inherit my Rinnegan. Make this world yours. Chapter 23, Trampled Turf. The arena was silent. Naruto could not hear Konan or Hinata practicing and figured they had gone to train elsewhere. He was too shocked to respond. Nagato had promised him the power of the Rinnegan if he ever passed away. Naruto could not imagine such power that could flow within him. He could use that power to restore the clan and bring true peace to the world. He liked the idea of this power very much. But how? How? How can I possess the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan is the eyes of the sage himself, with the power to build and destroy as you see fit. The sage had two children. One became the creator of the Senju, and the other created the Uchiha. To possess the Rinnegan, you must have DNA from both clans. But Nagato, I don't have any Uchiha blood in me, nor Senju for that matter. But that's where you are wrong. The Uzumaki clan is related to the Senju clan, just like how the Hyuga and Uchiha clan are faintly related to one another. Senju blood flows in the both of us. Then what about the Uchiha part? I'm not sure how I awakened mine. Maybe I am related to an Uchiha. You, on the other hand. He tapped his chest and smiled. The material that we plugged up the hole with is from Zetsu. The plant guy? Correct, he is half Senju, half Uchiha. His black half being Uchiha? Yes, Madara Uchiha's DNA was found in the black half. The white half held the DNA of Hashirama Senju. Together it was a perfect match. So I'm compatible for the Rinnegan? You are more than compatible. You also share my chakra type. Your abilities will be the same, if not stronger than mine. Stronger? How? Well, I'm old Naruto. Also the Kyuubi might help also, unless he becomes a problem. He won't. We understand each other now. I guess we are allies. Allies with the Kyuubi, huh? Let's get on with some training, uncle. I said call me Nagato, damn it. Here, try this. He positioned Naruto's outward in front of him, stretched out. He straightened it out so it was directly reaching out for the thin air in front of him. Nagato backed away and pulled out a chair from the stadium with his universal pull and set it down. He placed the kunai down on the chair and moved back to Naruto. Grab it. What? Without moving, grab it with your wind chakra. Naruto tensed, trying to pick up the kunai. I can't, it's not working, Nagato. Think of it like this, your chakra is not a ball anymore. It has unraveled like yarn and lays flat before you. Okay, like a rope. Exactly, now latch that rope onto the kunai, and with your mind, pull in the rope. It's similar to the chakra strings that Sasori uses, except they do not physically exist, they are the currents of wind energy. You control everything the wind touches. Yes. Here I go. Nothing happened. Naruto was furious. Why could he not grab a simple kunai? Nagato moved to pick up the kunai. Naruto shook his head. I'm not done yet, sensei. As you wish. He tried again. With the same result, his teeth locked together in a concentrated snarl of annoyance. One more time! The kunai jerked slightly to the right and remained still. Naruto fell to his knees, gasping for air, feeling his chakra run low as the kunai moved with his sheer force. Nagato lightly chuckled. He has also experienced the loss of chakra during his first time. What the hell was that? It drains a lot of chakra, Naruto. That's why the Rinnegan is crucial for the ability's casual use. But you did it. The more you train your wind chakra, the more easier it will be to grab onto things or propel them away with great speeds. It will become second nature to you. Yes. Let's do it again. That's the spirit. Naruto repeated the process. After a solid 30 minutes, he was able to pull it completely off the chair and get back up. Naruto was adapting to this new technique. He hoped to use it when he pulls down Konoha's walls. They gazed at the past devastation, toppled buildings and ruined streets. The forest, reaching out to retake its stolen land and engulf the city in its green embrace. The only remaining citizens of this desolate waste were the birds, lizards and small rodents who gnawed on what little wood and paper remained, leaving the concrete skeleton of the hidden whirlpool village standing high against the early morning dawn. Sakura saw how huge it truly was. It was the size of Konoha, but was built upwards, ranging houses to towers. So this is where they came from, huh? The Uzumaki clan were so advanced. Tsunade nodded. Our villages were like sister cities, dating back to the time of my grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Tsunade, this may be off topic, but why do you hide your clan name? Being a Senju is something to be proud of. I am the last of the Senju. I would become a walking bounty if everyone knew. Naruto is family, I guess, all I have left. Maybe the old Naruto was, but not now, Tsunade. I know. They made their way to what looked like a Kage building, its large emblem cracked but easy to spot in the distance. It seemed the Uzukage building was well intact, no doubt built to survive devastating jutsu weaponry. Its citizens, on the other hand, were not too durable. The building would become their home for the next few months. Despite its appearance, it still held working facilities and living quarters that would suit them while they set up more permanent settings. Kakashi was uneasy. He did not like this idea one bit. Naruto proclaimed he would become the new Uzukage. Were they not in his city now, in the worst place possible? Kakashi hoped he would not have to face his former student in a desolate location like this. Surely Naruto would take offense to their intrusion. Tsunade. This is a bad idea, sorry. Speak your mind, Kakashi. I'm not exactly Hokage anymore. Yes, Naruto wants to become the Uzukage of this very village and restore his clan. Uzukage. That's a title I have not heard in a long time. I'm not surprised. If the world falls into his hands, he will need a fortress to rule it from. Which is why this is not a good place. We are in a beehive defecating on the honey. Sorry for being too bold. I get your point, but both the Akatsuki and Danzo will not search for us here. The only way we will be caught is if Naruto finds us himself. He has no reason to come here until the world is in their control anyway. I suppose? Don't worry, I have sent word out. We will be joined by loyalists from the village and our allies from Suna to fortify this position. Suna? I sent word out to the Kazekage Gara. Sadly, they will be here in a few weeks. We have to hold out until then. Any help is better than nothing, I guess. They entered the main hall. its roofing and floorboards completely intact, but looked old nonetheless. The tattered remains of the village crest hung over the doorway, torn and burnt from the initial attack generations ago. They set down their things in the main hall and scouted out the complex, to learn the layout of the land. For their own good, they should have stayed away from the village. Asuma called out, "Hey Kakashi, check this out." "What is it, Asuma?" Walking across the large temple-like room. The wall was covered with markings, inscriptions and ancient dialects that the Uzumaki clan had kept so dear to themselves. In the center of the wall was a large stone eye the size of a food cart. It glared at them in stone paralysis. It looked newer than the building and its surroundings. The eye did not look human, however. Asuma brushed his hand along the surface and recoiled as it felt almost organic to the touch. It was the eye of a snake. Kakashi and Asuma stared at the eye, then both screamed as it blinked and glowed a bright red. The eye began to howl like a siren, the room filling with its warning call. "Fuck! Turn it off! I don't know how. If we leave it, every ninja in a 1-mile radius will hear us." Kakashi pulled his kunai and drove it into the large eye. The siren ceased and the room ringed with the silence. The others rushed into the room, glaring at the large bleeding eye. It had turned black and closed its eyelid and remained dormant. "What was that? A warning siren?" Tsunade was pale. "Not just a warning siren. A calling siren." "Calling what?" "More snakes." The faint sound of slithering bodies sounded down the empty hallway to their left. The hallway was pitch black and nothing could be seen moving in its darkness, but something was coming. Hissing sounded. They all drew their weapons and faced the approaching unknown. It all happened fast. Hordes of white snakes crawled over each other, stacked from the floor to the roof, scrambling towards the meat. The trademark animals of Orochimaru lunged at them, bare fangs exposed and yellow venom dripping from their frothing mouths. Kakashi was forced to draw another kunai, wielding two. A group of snakes lunged at him. Their heads hit the floor a split second later as he swiped through the air, dismembering them. "They just keep on coming." Tsunade nodded. "We need to date their bodies or they will keep coming." Sasuke grinned. "Leave it to me." "Sasuke? Let's give this a try, Amaterasu." He closed his right eye. Black flame shot from his mouth. They howled with demonic glee, covering the crowd of snakes like a dark blanket of burning death. The snakes were burned to a crisp and were not able to regenerate from their charcoal corpses. The fire kept burning and would not stop until each particle of ash was removed from the stone floor. Sasuke fell backwards, his left eye bleeding. He panted on the ground as vast amounts of chakra had been drained from him, leaving him weakened. Sakura ran to his side and helped him to his feet. Kakashi looked worried. "That Amaterasu will drain your chakra, Sasuke. I would advise using it as little as possible." "Yes, sensei, but it worked, right?" "Indeed." "Tsunade, are we safe?" "No snakes survived. This was the work of Orochimaru. We need to be more careful around here." "Do you think we have been discovered?" Asuma snorted. "We killed them all, let's leave it at that." "I think we are safe." "Asuma, you can't possibly know that." I believe it, okay? Why am I suddenly on the chopping block?" "Whoa. Calm down, Asuma." "Calm? How can I be calm when my wife and child are in that madman's village?" "You have every right to be angry, I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry for snapping. But I will do anything to make sure they are okay." "We understand, Asuma. Let's get back to the main hall and unpack." Asuma nodded. Everyone walked on ahead. He stared down at his shaking hands and wiped the beady sweat from his forehead. His mouth trembled. He had lashed out. It could have ruined everything. Kurenai and their child would be as good as dead if he came clean. "I need to remain calm and follow the plan. I'm doing this for Kurenai and my child. One wrong move and they are dead. I just hope Danzo hurries up before I ruin it all. I'm sorry, Kakashi." Family comes first. Naruto and Nagato stood facing the wall. They had 2 minutes before it dropped, beginning the challenge again. They had spent a good 10 hours training. In that short time Naruto had learned a great deal. His own version of universal pull was at a high level, nothing compared to that of the Rinnegan, but advanced nonetheless. They had mentally prepared themselves for any unnecessary nudity, or nosebleeds from stopping them from taking that flag. Nagato was proud of his nephew. His student had learned his techniques as if it were child's play. He was a sage in the making. Are you ready? Yes, sensei. Ugh, just say Nagato. Right, sorry. So what's the plan exactly? We don't have a plan, we work on instinct. Especially when the enemy is listening to our plan, Conan. They heard a laughing from the other side of the wall. A paper butterfly fled from the scene. Naruto slapped his forehead. That is why they had defeated them so easily before, ignoring the sexy nudity. They turned to Orochimaru, who only grinned at the scene. He nodded and the wall began to lower. So it begins, they all thought. The wall boomed as it hit the floor. Nagato and Naruto stood and stared face to face with their opponents. Hinata and Conan had also been training. Hinata's eyes glowed white with the power of the Byakugan, her fists engulfed in blue flames, forming the shape of a snarling lion's. Her hair fluttered with the static power. Conan was 2 meters in the air, wings made of paper stretched outward. An aura of paper shuriken spun around her like the rings of Saturn. Her face serious and concentrated. Nagato smiled. Naruto, show them your newly mastered powers. They are not just my powers, Nagato. Oh? These powers are both mine, and Kurama's. He cast his hand to the side and gritted his teeth, bringing forth hatred that lurked deep within his soul. He snarled, the tips of his fingers erupting into black flame. He pulled up his jacket and placed the burning fingertips on the revealed seal on his stomach. The fingertips locked into place. He turned the seal. It turned like a doorknob. The seal had 9 locks. He turned it until there were only 6 chambers remaining. Black liquid dripped from the open wound. Then he dropped his jacket down. His body was then enveloped in a fierce cloak of pure demon chakra, 3 tails sprouting from his backside. His eyes turned as red as a Sharingan and grew as wild as a fox. His hair grew longer, followed by his teeth, but unlike previous transformations, he was in complete control over his emotions and actions. Hinata was shocked silent. The 9 tails, how? Nagato smirked. Naruto and Kurama had grown close ever since we found him, even more so since their death. All they had to do was trust each other and sign a contract to seal the deal. He had almost full control of the Kyuubi. Almost? I don't like the sound of that. As long as Naruto does not unlock all 9 locks, he will have complete control. Naruto grinned. So much power, it's glorious. Let's do this. Orochimaru was grinning from cheek to cheek. Joining Tensei was the best thing he had done in all his years. There were so much research opportunities breathing in his vicinity. This match would amuse him greatly. He rang the bell, beginning the match. Naruto charged at the flag. Conan flying down to greet him, only to be intercepted by her lover. Nagato pulled her to the ground with his universal pull and the two began to spar. Hinata lunged in and drove a fist deep into Naruto's stomach, sending him flying backward into a stone wall, crumbling it into tiny pieces. That's a nice right hook, Hinata. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but if we lose I have to give Conan back rubs for the next week. Naked? You are so perverted. I would love to stay and chat, but I got a flag to grab. See why? He shot towards the flag like a bullet. Oh no you don't, babe. Hinata grabbed his leg and spun him around like a morning star. He was sent yet again across the room into another wall. It became clear she would not let him anywhere near the flag. He got to his feet and charged her. She locked her fists against his chest and let loose a salvo of Byakugan-aimed fists. Each punch was a bite from a flaming lion as she drove Naruto back. He ducked down low, dodging a punch and swiped his leg around. Tripping her up, she hit the floor hard. He kissed her hard and hot. She giggled and drove a foot into his nuts. Conan and Nagato were full on, with each wave of shuriken that were flung towards Nagato, were met with a strong blast of wind chakra, sending them either backward or spiraling to the floor. They commonly sparred together, which meant there was very little one did not know about the other, making the fight more harder to progress without balanced counters and meaningless attacks. Of course Nagato was stronger. He did not want to kill her. one Rinna Tensei is dangerous enough. He needed to focus less on defeating Konan, and more on helping Naruto get to the flag. Naruto! What? I'm kinda busy trying to find my nuts here. We have to try the fox bullet. Shit. Okay then. Nagato flipped over in a handstand. When his hands touched the concrete, he blasted off with a mild Shinra Tensei, propelling his body away from the floor in a boosted launch towards his student. Naruto crouched down low and flared with orange chakra. He was on all fours, as if ready to run a marathon in the form of a fox. Nagato landed behind Naruto and placed his hand on his back. Ready? Do it! Nagato placed both hands on Naruto's back and tensed. Naruto launched forward on all fours, followed by Nagato's shout. Shinra Tensei! The force collided with the impossible speed Naruto was already producing. Naruto's sprinting was powered by the force and turned the movement into a speeding blur. Hinata rolled out of the way. All they could see was a orange bullet blur pass faster than Rock Lee in 5 Gates release. The fox figure barely visible, he collided with the back wall, the flag pole melting as boiling hot lava melted through it like butter. The bullet slowed then halted, steam rising off the body like a sauna room. Hinata could see heat waves fume off of Naruto like a hot summer's day. Orochimaru was shocked. They did it! Naruto stood up, his cloak vanished, and his seal completely closed again. In his right hand he clasped the charred, tattered remains of the flag. Everyone was shock silent. They had witnessed such tremendous power. Konan walked to Hinata's side and whispered. The two fell to the ground laughing. Nagato and Naruto's jaws dropped. What? What's so funny? You guys did it, you got the flag. Ha ha ha. So, why are you laughing? Konan tried to splutter it out. It's. Pa ha ha ha. What? You took your own flag, ah ha 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 ha. They realized they were on their own side of the court, their flag smoldering in their hands. Across the court, the pink flag of Hinata and Konan stood shimmering in victory. Through all the maneuvering and fighting, they had lost direction and bearings of their own side. Naruto's eye grew wide, he then fell to the ground crying. Why, we were so close, damn it, ah ha 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 no! This made Hinata and Konan laugh even harder. Orochimaru slapped his head. Technically they won, sorry Naruto. Konan elbowed Hinata. Great work, Hinata, my back is killing me. Can you massage it? Sure, Konan. Wait. What? Orochimaru sat back and watched the couples bicker and argue. Despite the confusion and the error of flag placing, Naruto had won that match. His power would prove useful indeed. Orochimaru began to take notes down for his research. The combination of jutsu and Kyuubi transformation was an interesting topic to begin a hypothesis worthy of testing. He was halfway through his notes, when a white snake crawled from the ground up the chair onto his shoulder, whispering into his ear. He sat listening. With each second his eyes grew wider and more interested. He debated whether or not to tell Naruto. Stroking the snake he pondered, if he told Naruto he would no doubt chase after the news and get himself in trouble again. Should he delay the news, or was this too important to let slide? I must tell him, he has recovered and trained long enough. We can't keep pampering him every time he falls down. This shall be amusing. He walked onto the court, letting the snake fuse back into his body and nest with the other snakes Orochimaru held. The couples turned to him, curious to why he looked so grave. Nagato, Naruto. Naruto frowned. Huh? What is it? I have dire news. You might want to sit down. If it is important, then just get on with it. Well, if you say so. Nagato nodded. It's fine, Orochimaru, speak your mind. Your old friends Naruto, your enemies. His face hardened. What about them? They have trespassed on your village. Right now as we speak, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno walk on the very stones of your clan's most sacred temple. They have set up their base of operations where your clan had perished so long ago. Nagato's face filled with hate. A scowl formed across his normally calm face. They are at the Hidden Eddy village. Yes. But I'm afraid that is not all, Naruto. Naruto's fingers were digging into his palms, blood spilling from the puncture's holes, his teeth gritted together in the snarl of a rabid fox. His body shook with furious anger he had never felt before. They may hurt him, leave him to die and forsake him, but to disrespect his lost clan was more than his I&D could handle. The faint orange chakra began to form around his body, the cloak growing more solid with each rage-filled second. The fox taking over his voice box. What is it, Orochimaru? I just learned. When the Uzumakis were destroyed generations ago, they placed a lock upon the village. The lock would break when the destroyers of the Uzumaki clan returned to the village. In doing so, the destroyers of the clan would be revealed before all. Hinata nodded. So that the clan responsible would pay for their crimes against another clan, correct? Correct, which leads me to recent events. Tell me already. I'm ready to go. Naruto, do you understand what this means? The destroyers of the Uzumaki clan were the Uchiha. The room shook with immense force. Naruto's body violently shook, his clothes melted and burned off his body like paste. He hunched over, naked and screaming in agony as his rage took over. His stomach bulged outwards and the seal began to unlock, without his full permission, or was he allowing it? Hinata knew it was all about to turn to hell. The locks burst apart as the Kyuubi roared to be free. Click! 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 Nagato shook. Naruto, please! Calm down. Click! 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 Naruto-kun! Click! There were only 2 locks left. Naruto's body began to chip apart. His skin separating from his body and his blood pooling outward. All the remains formed together, the blood turned black and the skin turned into an obsidian shell of pure dark chakra. Nagato used his powers and forced everyone meters back as black bubble began to liquefy the concrete into a lava-like sludge. A ray of pure chakra shot through the bubble and pierced the roof, sending the remaining Tensei members in the grandstand off their chairs, and on their air grew cold and tasted like copper. Hinata had never been so terrified in her life. The bubble burst outward in a roaring explosion. The form of the Kyuubi revealed, the shape of the fox was undeniable, but held small resemblances to Naruto. His head was still the same shape. Sprouting from his back were 7 fiery tails. His body contorted as solid bone began to grow out of the solid coat of chakra. Ribs and spinal sections grew down his body and connected up with hip, leg and arm bones, which then wrapped around the chakra Kyuubi like steel armor. Claws are large and as sharp as katanas shot from his feet as his body accepted the exoskeleton. The top and bottom jaw slammed together over the front of his head and slid him in 100s of pounds of solid bone. The Kyuubi was a skeleton filled with pure hateful chakra and an urge to kill. It roared at the bystanders and screamed out one name as it jumped up into the roof and climbed through the hole it had created. Uchiha! Fuck! What do we do, Nagato? We follow after him. Follow me. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the newest member, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to NaruHinadorable, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.